Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live. Tonight it is the Pot Limit Omaha Championship of the Winter Poker Open here at Champions Club. From a field of 199 players, we're down to the final 9, generating a prize pool of $192,000. First place is going to be worth $45,795 today, and we have a stacked lineup for you. A bunch of players here who are no stranger to final tables. A lot of these guys didn't want to tell me much when we were getting started here, so I had to look them up on Hendon Mob, and every single one of these players has a page, so it was easy to find out a lot about these guys. You can see all these players are guaranteed at least $4,800, but again, first place over $45,000. In the 1 seat today, starting the final table with $1.285 million in chips, is Jason D. He's a World Series of Poker Bracelet winner. He won a 3K No Limit Hold'em. He also has a circuit ring and multiple final tables, including many mixed games. In the 2 seat, another Jason, Jason F. He also has many final tables in mid-stakes, including several Omaha mixed game events and 9 tournament wins reported on Hendon Mob. So another super strong player. Starting with the button in the 3 seat is Sung from right here in Houston. He also has 2 wins and a bunch of final tables in mid-stakes tourneys around Texas and Oklahoma. Joining me is Kyle. He'll be telling you about the 4 seat.
4 seat, we have Action George here. Coming in from Miller Place, New York, says he's self-employed and 7 final tables and mid-stakes tourneys as well. Biggest cash is $127,000.
In the 5 seat, coming into the final table as our short stack with $225,000 in chips is KT. He final tabled our 1 million guarantee at the Old Champions Club a couple of years ago, and he also won a tournament during that series in the 6 max, so no stranger to final tables here either.
Yeah, and then 6th seat, we have Carson from Montgomery, Texas. Favorite hand, pocket aces. Got to be different here when it's 4 cards, but cashed in the latest PLO tourney he played. It was 18th and over 100K in cashes. He's been in poker and sales his whole life, he says. Sitting with a pretty healthy stack there, and then you've got to update Ty on what we found out today.
Yeah, Ty's coming to our final table as the chip leader yet again. He won the monster stack just a couple of days ago. Now he's got 2.4 million in chips coming into this final table. We also just found out he's a bracelet winner. He won the 1500 short deck tournament in the summer. Over 2.8 million in winnings on Hendon Mobs, so big favorite for today's tournament as well.
And this is one of my favorites, Danny Lowe. If you've played here at Champions, you know him. He's usually in the box dealing to you, but also no stranger to final tables here in Houston. Absolute crusher from Odessa, Ukraine.
And rounding out the final table is Ray in the 9 seat. He's also from here in Houston. He's got a circuit ring and 11 other tournament wins reported on Hendon Mob. Over 3.2 million in cashes reported there. So all of these guys are stone cold crushers. This should be a great final table. And here we go with hand number 1. I just wanted to add something to what you said about Danielo. He is also, and I think maybe he should probably write a book about it, the best red or black player I've ever seen.
He runs so good on flips.
Yeah. I saw him multi-tabling red or black with one of our other dealers here for $100 per, and he was up $1,800. How do you even do that?
Yeah, absolutely insane. It's good to run good when cards are on their backs. That with he's going to try to do here tonight.
You should have played a couple
4
hands
cards dealt to each player. You must play 2 from the hole, 3 community cards, and 4 to a flush in his hand. Not the best. Hits the muck with it.
Yeah, there's a ton of play here. The structure for this event is super solid. This was an $1,100 buy-in. Players right now, average stack is 44 big blinds coming into this final table. Blinds are currently at 10,000 and 20,000. We have a 3-bet here. KT wakes up with aces, single suited in the big blind, makes it 210,000 to go. Now KT is the short stack with only 225 in his stack here, so essentially all in already. Ray gets him the rest of the way there with the ace-king 7-4, single suited. And here we go, a player at risk already, first hand of the final table. Aces versus ace-king 7-4. These guys are sharing a lot of cards, so KT in really good shape here with the aces. Hard to be better than the 60-40 favorite in Omaha pre-flop. He's a 70-30 favorite. Can't get it in any better than that.
Very hard to look at this card. I only play
I have 3 jacks.
3 jacks and 3 tens so many times.
They give us these cards for Badoogie at the World Series this year.
Really?
Yeah, and you have to spread them so much.
Wow,
It's-
that seems stupid. That seems
Yeah.
crazy.
I don't know what the duty is. How many fights?
Great shot of that
4.
new felt here. Wow.
2 diamonds on the flop. The best hand gets even better. Nut flush draw. Aces still good. KT in really good shape to double up here, but that 6 does give Ray some straight outs. Queen diamond on the river. KT makes the nut flush. Doubles up and then some. Goes from 225 to 490. I talked to him just before the final table, and he said, I said, you got anything for me? I'm going to be the announcer today. He says, well, you're going to better say it quick. I'm going to be out of here pretty soon with this stack. And I said, no, man, you're one triple up away from average stack. Don't think that way. And here he goes.
Yeah, and I was just talking with some other players out
Thought I
on
heard
the
you say you
floor
had like
too.
king, queen, something.
They noticed the big blind and the ante structure is different from your
They're not
normal
like king,
2-card
queen, jack,
poker.
and dangler that hit.
And that's just to round things out.
Yeah, our tournament directors here,
Yeah.
Brian Freitas and Dave Phelps, came
Anybody
up with this
else have
system
any?
for PLO. I think we're the only ones doing it this way right now, but I think this is going to catch on.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, the ante is the
What's
difference
an
between the
8-7
small blind and the
for
big
4
blind. So the opening is always 4x the big blind in the pot limit. And it makes it easier for the players and the dealers, and I think it's a great structure for PLO. Folds around to Jason F. He's going to open this one for 45 with King Queen 9-9 double suited. Oh, sorry, single suited.
Maybe overlap them? Yeah. You can overlap it, just all 4 and just rub it.
Sung will defend the button. My apologies. That's Action George on the button there with ace 9-6-5 double suited. Defending. And Carson will get in there from the big blind as well. We have 3 players going to the flop. Nobody has a 3. Action George flops the nut flush draw. Currently 9s still in the lead for Jason. But it checks around to Action George. He's going to fire out a bet of 70,000. And he'll take it down right there. Hard to call with the 9s with an overcard there, and Jason pretty short on chips. Decides to get out of the way. Probably a good thing. He was definitely going to be facing another bet on the turn.
So at no point does the card have to be face down. Like if I just do that, it already knows this one.
But
So I never have to read. Okay.
yeah, just rub it in, just in case.
Oh, shimmy.
So yeah. Sometimes it doesn't read so, but if you make a movement, you're good.
Taniolo doesn't like that dangler or his position, decides to get out of the way. His stack is relatively short compared to some of these other ones out there. Ray will open it up with ace, king, queen, 7.
Tables all same anyway.
50,000 to go. And Ty will defend the button. Jack 10, 5, 3, double suited. And smashing the flop, triple threes, and the club blockers. I say blockers even though he has the only club draw. Most Omaha players are not looking to make a 10 high flush. They're glad to have those clubs in their hand, but that's not the way they want to try to win here. Checks it to Ray, and Ray bets 60. Now Ty most likely trying to figure out a way to get the rest of Ray's chips into this pot. Huge favorite in this hand. He's going to raise it up. Looks like 175. 200. And Ray just does not have enough to go along with this here. The rich get richer. Ty picking up another pot. You'll see in the background Alicia taking photos. She's not just taking pictures here at the final table. She's taking pictures of all the
Have you
events,
seen the
all
deals
the
he
players.
gets?
If you come play any of these events here at the Winter Poker Open, those pictures are available to you for free, courtesy of Champions Club, and she does a great job.
I'll try to give you one to
Yeah,
one.
one of my buddies that's just getting into poker, he cashed a nightly recently, and that's a pretty big score for him. I think probably his biggest score. And I sent him the link to his photos, and he's pretty happy about it. So, really cool, and especially free of charge. They're amazing photos.
Yeah, she's definitely a pro. Goes around to a lot of the different circuit events. Works independently, but sometimes also works with Poker News, I believe. Yeah, she knows what she's doing, especially around the poker players.
Yeah, and pretty interesting, too, that Poker News was out here to cover this event that we are watching right now.
Action George raising this one up here. Ace, King, 8, 5, suited ace. Makes it 50,000 to go. And it folds around to Daniello in the big blind. It's got a couple of tens, double suited hand. Definitely not folding.
Yeah.
Might be thinking about raising here. He's just going to call, peel off a flop, see where you're at.
Yeah, and speaking of 50,000, it is roughly 46,000 to first. I just put all the payouts there in chat. I will keep reminding everybody what these players are playing for as Danny flops middle set here.
Yeah, huge flop. Blocking straights on both ends. Middle set. Backdoor nut flush draw. Has to know he's in great shape here. Action George did open this one, though, and with 2 Broadway cards on board, he could easily have some straight draws. Goes check, check, though, with the 4 diamonds. On the turn, Danny's got to be thinking about getting some chips in this pot now. And Daniela will get some chips in the pot, betting 75,000.
And we do have Michael Villarreal asking in chat, Kyle Dan, any guesses on what payouts will be for the mystery bounty? I know everybody's looking forward to and already playing the multiple flights of the mystery bounty that we're having. It's almost the whole alphabet of flights. I think it stops at K or something like that, maybe larger than that. I'll double check on that, but bounties will range from $500 to $25,000. And as Dan just put in chat as well, it is a 300K guarantee.
Yeah, once you remove the bounties from the prize pool, I think you're probably going to see prizes similar to what we're seeing tonight. First place probably going to be in that 50K range. but no guarantees there. That's just, it's all based on how many players enter, how many players get paid out, and how much of that goes towards bounties. But with 300K guarantee, it's going to be somewhere along the lines of what you're seeing here, and then add bounties on top of that. Jason F. raising this one up to 80K with a nice rundown. Queen Jack 10-8, single suited. And Taiha on the button, wakes up with aces. And he will pot it and try to put Jason at risk. Jason makes the call. And as I was saying earlier, rarely do you see somebody more than a 60-40 favorite, and tie with aces that are single suited is the favorite, but only 58-42. Jason does have a shot here to double up.
Not longer.
What are the odds now?
9-1. 9-1? No. No.
6-1.
Come
6-1.
on. You got like 50-50.
But you have like 3 million in chips.
You have a 9 and a 6.
See?
All diamonds. Jason flops the flush.
So,
All right, 4-1.
1-1.
4-1. I gave
Do
you
it.
1-1 earlier.
1-1.
You had me 3-1 and I gave you 1-1. You said no.
Yeah. Stop me dead. What is it?
Check mark delivered. Drawing dead on the turn.
Ace.
It's an above average flop for you.
And that's good news for everybody at this table. Taiha comes to this table with a huge chip stack. And one of the short stacks doubling through him is good news ICM-wise for all of the players.
I do like that you're still negotiating the last line while you're all in a race.
Yeah, and the more flat all these chip stacks become, the more play is allowed.
Respect.
I was talking to Daniello right before the stream started, and he was mentioning chip leader on my right.
This place has a little bit.
Still got to play pretty tight here.
Lodge. Yeah. Oh, that's right, yeah. You did some crazy shit with D7, huh?
Pretty standard.
I don't remember what you did. I just remember that. D7 was involved. That's funny.
Pretty standard here.
Glad to see Mackenzie in the dealer box here. One of our out-of-town dealers with tons of experience, and I saw her actually run up a huge stack last night on a cash game too.
Nice. It appears blinds have gone up. Big blind now 25,000. Put a little more pressure on those shorter stacks.
Yeah, pressure on shorter stacks is what Ty is doing with his single-suited rundown here. 2 black queens plus Dan's favorite hand, the 7-4 for Ray in the small blind.
Yeah, I don't think Ray's thinking about folding here, but he's not going to want to raise into the big stack. He does decide to get out of the way with another player behind him in the big blind.
That was the first one.
I think if your head's up there, you might peel it off with the queens, or maybe
tournament,
even
I thought.
raise with the stack
Oh,
that he
just with
has,
the edge?
but
Oh, okay.
That was the first one I was ahead of.
very hard to play against 3 players with the queen 7-4.
He knows.
He's gonna be like, man,
No,
He's
I know.
reminding himself now.
I just couldn't get it behind that hand.
the one you
Well, you-
put Shaw was pretty dirty.
And the one after that.
I didn't see that one. After he moved tables on the other table.
And in case you're wondering the chip values at this point, the 5Ks are, the pink chips there are 5,000, the green chips are 25,000, and the blue ones are 100,000. Action George limping in with 8-6-5-5. KT calling behind with ace, king, queen, 7, single suited. And Ty looking down at a double suited hand in late position will raise it up to 100,000. Folds back around to KT. He's in good shape with this hand here. He's got the diamonds covered and he's blocking the spades of Ty. He also has better Broadway cards. 60-40 favorite here. But does not want to tangle with the chip leader. Gets out of the way. I don't hate the fold. If Ty did have aces or kings, that hand would have been 60-40 the other way. So tough to tangle with a guy who's raising and in position and has all the chips in the world. Folds around to Ray in the cutoff. Ray now the short stack at the table. Looks down at ace, king, jack 5, single suited. And he will raise it up to 100,000. Jason D looking down at a rundown on the dealer button, makes the call. And Jason F now, 4 Broadway cards, single suited to the queen. Kind of hand that can get you in trouble if you flop your queen high flush draw and facing a raise and a call, decides not to play that one out of position. We are now heads up. King 4-4 on the flop. Ray flopping top pair, gets it in there. And lucky for him, Jason D's rundown starts at a 5, not a 4. And he can get
no
out of the way.
spades to go there.
Right, maybe
with
they-
Jason D.
You know, he had a nice little badoogie there.
Four was a great door card, but not 2 of them.
I didn't have any force.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I saw the 4 and I was like, all right, there's no way I'm folding. Mine is still not supposed to fold. I don't know. That good.
Tie with 8-8, 9-10. 9-10 of spades. Min clicking to 50K. Jason D calling with single suited aces. The cutoff. Jason F reaching for raising chips. Looks like he's making it 250 to go. With king, king, 9 deuce, no suits. And I think he's going to be running into it here.
Wow.
The flat behind and then the re-raise can't feel good to Ty. He definitely has the chips to be able to play this hand, but out of position and against 2 strong hands, he's going to get out of the way. Yeah, Jason D making the shove, and Jason F. making the call. Battle of the Jasons. Jason F. behind and at risk.
Alright.
Has the shorter stack here, needs some help, or he will be eliminated in 9th place.
Yeah, we've already lost
You're
Jason
evil,
A,
bro.
B, C, and E.
Got the 9
D and
covered.
F are remaining.
I once saw a guy flop 3 threes in a row.
Three,
Feels like
three.
not long ago.
What?
333.
9th place, $4,800. First place, $45,700. These guys are
Right, I'm
both
just
looking
saying,
to
you know, the live deuce.
get that first place spot. Nobody wants 9th.
And Jason, happy with the trip sixes best kicker.
Wow,
here.
what a flop. Best hand gets better. Picks up the diamond draw to go along with it.
As if it wasn't enough. Just trying to fade a king here.
Good,
And
just-
bad news for Jason F. No king on the river. Means he will be eliminated in 9th place. He will, however, take home $4,800. And what a nice run from a field of 199 to even hit the final table.
Yeah, and unfortunate to see him go. I know he played 2 of the fights, bagged it last night, I believe. And he's always the best dressed, I think.
I didn't notice he flopped 3 sixes, bro.
Oh.
Huh?
You were still thinking about the deuce. I was like, it's got to be 2 of them.
Yeah.
The deuce isn't going to help.
I don't want to say anything because the king will pop right off. So just shut everyone up.
I have a feeling it didn't matter what you said. The king wasn't going to come.
It was not. You're right.
With that elimination, average stack goes back up to almost 40 big blinds. Well, still a ton of play in this tournament.
I like that you wanted to delay odds. I thought maybe
You,
you
you
had
see,
king.
when I have aces, I didn't even line my
I
chances
think
with him.
he was actually like rooting for you.
I didn't even line my chances when I have aces with him.
Yeah, I don't think he saw either. Yeah.
He said it like this is the hand. Nah, look at that. This is what it is.
Shimmy, shimmy.
At this point, this tournament also has 40-minute blind levels. So the structure's super player friendly here at Champions Club. It is blind versus blind. Action George versus KT going to the flop. George with a slightly better hand, but out of position. And it remains so after the flop. Nobody really hitting that one. Both players with gut shots. George turning a wrap now. A KT hitting a pair.
Action George providing it here.
KT open-ended on the bottom. He has top pair. The best hand currently. George has a lot of outs. And we will see a river.
Yeah.
Board pairs. KT's 9-8, the winning hand. Action George thinking 7-4 got there, got a fire at it. 105, the price of freedom. $1.05. See if KT can find the call here. That's about a third of his chips.
Yeah, and George had led for about half pot. turn. Now,
It feels like a value size
Yeah.
bet.
size things up.
Well played by Action George. And there's a look at the trophy for this event. A little dark back there in the
20
corner,
questions
but
after he folds or what?
that concrete trophy, super nice in person.
Did you have a flush draw?
Trying to keep things
Straight draw
dark
with
so
it?
that
That was what I was next, and then you rudely interrupted.
Mystery.
we can play for it tomorrow in the
off
horse
me
event.
over here.
Hopefully not
Yeah, I got
everybody
your back.
comes out and gives me
But
more
worry about putting
competition
the right ante in.
to
How about
beat.
that?
Oh, the more the merrier. I want a big prize pool. Come on down. 250, 5 o'clock horse. I'm playing. Let's go.
15, 25, 10.
That's right.
Damn. The smallest one
Is
in
it
here
11
needs
o'clock
the-
yet? It's live stream now. You can check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, they made you take off your watch?
No,
Oh.
right-handed. Pressing him left wrist.
It was hot over there.
Hmm?
It was hot over there. I can feel the AC here.
Yeah.
It feels pretty okay.
Folds all the way around to the blinds. KT looking at
So bad.
pretty junky double suited hand. Makes the call. Carson, ace, queen, queen, deuce. Suited to the queen. Gonna raise it up. It's at 75,000 total. And heads up we go. Best hand gets way better. Triple aces now for Carson. Carson's going to go small here, 35,000. And even that isn't small enough to get KT to call.
Do you have an ace?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw similar sizing. It seems like these players are electing to go for blind plus the big blind ante.
You didn't think I was going to let that one get through, did you?
That equals that 35,000 currently.
It's good.
You weren't even in the hand. You're like, do you have an overpair? Do you have a nine?
I didn't even win that.
I know.
Sorry, can I get the small blind from you, please?
Yeah, this hand looks marked. I think this card's bad.
That is that.
They're just one.
No, I could
I mean, it's only
see.
one of
I
them.
could see the white. Yeah.
This one's like very bad.
What card is it?
Not sure yet.
We'll quiz them after the hand.
Just want to see if you did.
Yes. Blue.
Players commenting on the backs of the cards there. These RFID cards have a small chip inside between two plastic pieces, and the corners look like they're a little rubbed off. Sometimes it'll look like it's a marked card, but if you look at them, they all look like that. It's where the chip is underneath
Probably not.
the
very
card. There's no way you would be able to tell which card is which from that. They all look like that.
You can saw it on the stream.
But good chance they're going to swap the deck out after this hand anyway, because if players think that there's something wrong with them, they will do that, typically.
And all of these cards do get looked at very closely before and after every single stream.
65 and 5 and 6 gold.
Yeah, we take the security and integrity of the game very seriously here at Champions Club. If there aren't any issues, that deck will definitely be swapped out. And there it goes.
Always a fun game to make sure all 52 cards are in the deck as well.
Definitely don't want a short deck when it's not supposed to be short deck.
Yeah.
Tai Ha would have a definite advantage being a short deck bracelet winner.
Yeah, that was both mind-blowing and sensical at the same time. Did not actually surprise me. It was like more of like, oh, that makes sense.
What is it?
The check.
I think there's last one.
Oh, the last yeah, that's last hand. That one was it's a different deck, yeah. The blue. Yeah, last time was the Jack of Hearts.
Folds around to the cutoff. KT looking down at 2 kings. What I would call junky kings here. No suits, bad danglers. You could go either way with this one, with the size of his stack and the fact that he's in cutoff position.
Raise it.
Raise.
He decides to raise it to 100,000. Tie with a suited ace, 8-6-4, double suited. Also not really a great hand, and he's out of position, decides he doesn't want to tangle with the razor. Daniello, however, 4 Broadway cards in his hand and a suited ace. He will peel off a flop on this one for sure. And here we go. You can see this is a coin flip. KT in position and with the better hand currently, and once again Daniello flopping a set of 10s. This time it's top set.
225.
And he is going to pot it, which will put KT all in. And just a terrible flop for KT. He does have a pair, but he does not have spades, and he's in awful shape against the set.
I don't expect anyone on this table to overplay pocket aces. It's a tough spot for KT here, but don't expect him to overplay the kings either. He is connected though.
Yeah, his only problem is he already put a third of his stack in.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of ICM value in that 200K. He can wait for another hand. He's in late position. He's probably just trying to think of what would Daniello flat with and then jam with, and is there any possible way my kings are good here?
He does make the fold
Yeah,
here.
comes to the conclusion they're not good, and a good fold there. He was
Yeah.
a huge dog in that one.
At that point in time, he's hating himself, thinking it over, but looking back, he'll be happy to see that was the correct results-oriented fold.
You enjoying yourself, Ty?
I'm enjoying you guys as well. No aces?
From the table talk and jokes, I'm assuming these guys have had a pretty good day playing down to this final table.
Well, yeah, they started the day with 26 players, so only 3 tables. So a lot of these guys have been sitting together, you know, for hours. Started at 5 p.m. today. So they had 5 hours, you know, of just these guys in a small area of the room. So, yeah, you get to know these players. And these guys are all, you know, mid-stakes tournament players. They probably have all played together a number of times in the past. And, of course, Ty's having fun. He's got 20% of the chips in play.
He's got like 20% of the large cashes recently here at Champions.
It's a good spot to be in. Well, this might be the most players we've seen involved in a hand so far. We had a few limpers, and then Ray wakes up with aces in the big blind. No suits, but ace, ace, queen, 9, pretty well connected. Raises it up to 135 and is going to be able to take a lot of dead money here. Danilo with 3 Broadway cards, but 3 spades in his hand, and then that 5 is completely unconnected dangler. Most likely just going to let this one go. Obviously getting the right price to call from the small blind, but not getting the right price to call this raise, I don't think. And Danilo does get out of the way. A nice pickup for Ray there. Adding 75,000 to his stack, goes from 405 to 480 without seeing a flop. That's a good feeling. Dealer change coming up, and let's take a look at some of the stuff we've got going on here at Champions Club. $1,000 drawing every day at 10 p.m.
Guess the other 2 cards.
If you're playing in the cash games, you get a ticket for any hand that's a flush or better, multiple tickets for bigger hands, and every day they draw at 10 p.m. If you're here and playing, you could win yourself $1,000. Pretty good deal. Also, earn food comps for playing in the cash room during the tournament series from the 1st to the 19th.
Have a pot hand.
Every 8 hours gets you $25. You can save those up
What if I
and
told you I didn't let?
get one big meal.
You said these are red?
They're good all through the month of February. We're going to be doing some football drawings.
That's orange, huh?
Pro Bowl 1 already happened. We're going to be doing the Super Bowl coming up here as well.
Pink, whatever you want.
Cash hot seat drawings every time either team scores during the Super Bowl. Also, don't forget, Super Bowl Sunday is going to be the Wolfgang meetup game before the big football game. Play some 1-3 Hold'em game with Wolfgang, noon to 4 p.m. Come on down, play 1-3 Hold'em with Wolfgang. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South here in Houston. Check championsclubtexas.com. Book your room. We're the only poker room in Texas that has a hotel on site, and it's a nice one. Fully remodeled in the last year. Super nice property. Kyle stays here all the time.
Yeah, actually, I'm rooming with Eddie right now.
Oh, unlucky for you.
They do have some doubles available, and we freed up 2 singles by moving in together temporarily here.
Nice.
Yeah, whenever there's these late streams, it's nice to be able to just head right upstairs, sleep it off, shower, come downstairs, play some poker.
I got super lucky, and my place is only about 10 minutes away from here, so I mean, it is nice to have some drinks and just stumble up the stairs when you know, but it's also nice to go home to your own bed.
Yeah.
Well, we have a mystery hand here, but of the hands we can see, 2 pair and a gut shot for Ty. Also in position and backdoor diamonds. He's going to take a stab at it. Bets half pot. Jason doesn't instantly fold, so he may have something here. No, he gets out of the way. And the rich get richer, takes it down. Bottom two pair, probably the best hand. Looking forward to that horse tomorrow. I was thinking about firing this event also, but looking at all the killers on this table, I'm glad I didn't. Carson with crappy aces this time. He's going to limp in. Ace, ace, 9, 8, no suits. Ray on the button, ace, queen, 6 deuce. He's got hearts. Will limp in. Jason calls from the small blind, and Sung will check his option. 4 ways to the flop. I believe this is the first 4-way flop we've seen. Two diamonds on board, top set for Carson. Nobody drawing to diamonds. Nobody flopped the wheel. In really good shape here. He's going to fire 3/4 pot, or a little less than that. Jason D making the call here with the dry guy, king of diamonds, and a pair of 5s in his hand. Maybe thinking about telling a story here if another diamond comes off. Turns an open-ender to go along with it. Carson's top set still ahead, but that's a scary card to come off on the turn. Lots of straights and straight possibilities now. Also 2 flush draws on board.
He does have the dry ace of clubs there as well.
And he will continue to bet, this time 110. Almost half pot. And Jason calling after giving it a little bit of thought. Jason makes the straight. Carson with that dry ace of clubs, as you mentioned.
Might just check this back, though.
Yeah, especially after looking back. If he has a club draw, he's not going to have to look back.
He does fire.
305.
That's 305 into 470. Jason does have a straight, but it's not even the best straight.
Fucking around and move straight. 305.
Well, if he finds a call here, he's going to have almost as many chips as Ty.
And he did already say he was messing around and made a straight. So Carson knows he needs to get this through. Does not want to see the call.
I don't know if he bluffed in this spot. Don't know if you bluff.
That sounds like fold, but obviously he doesn't want to make the fold.
You know, what do you think of that?
He can make a call and still have an average stack if he loses. Above average stack, actually. Which is bad news for Carson since he did make a straight.
Does make the call.
I got straight.
Yeah, messing around, made a straight, made himself a pot over 1,000,000 chips, and now has 2.35 in his stack.
Wow, huge pot there.
And he may have taken the chip lead with that. It's going to be very close between Ty and him now. Between the two of them, they have over half the chips in the tournament.
That ace of clubs.
I was gonna say it, but I was like, I'm not gonna say this one.
Too soon.
I'll wait a little bit. Always ace of clubs.
I think his mistake was looking back.
Sometimes friendly, sometimes not. Oh, dude, you guys know outs.
But
Wow, big hand.
Yeah, that shifts the tournament for a lot of players there.
Big kings of diamonds yet?
Double suited
Kings of diamonds?
rundown
King of diamonds.
Just one.
for Daniello here.
Just one.
It's going to pop it up to 50, and Ray looking down
Wow.
at double suited kings. Same suits, covering both of Daniello's
My
suits.
hand's garbage.
Ray getting relatively short on chips here. In late position with double suited kings.
200.
Makes it 200 to go.
Got lucky last time. Fine.
One fold.
Play that one out.
3 fold. 4 fold.
Thought the eight
And
of
action
clubs
folds
really
back
good.
around to Daniello.
Kings again.
Yes. You are correct.
Oh.
And dangerous play for Daniello here, getting a significant percentage of his chips in there, but he's thinking if he hits this, there's no way Ray hits it. Unfortunately for him, Ray does have similar holdings under his kings there. Daniello flops the wrap and fires it all in. And
365.
this may just work out with an ace on board.
Yep.
Ray can't find a call with those kings.
Shit, that I would have busted you.
And
Yes.
Daniello,
Ace, queen,
pair and a
king.
wrap, takes it down.
Not diamond.
Interesting to see that pocket kings are still ace magnets, even in PLO.
Even in PLO, yeah.
You don't have another diamond.
Thank you. On top. Queen jack of diamonds.
Nice play, Daniello.
Yeah, ace, queen, queen, jack. Good fold.
Hard to be good.
What Ray's really
Yeah.
thinking is, okay, there's one of the aces burned.
Yeah, but I don't think you have 210.
I was bluffing.
So we do have cards going out. Hand number 18 here of this final table.
Raise 55.
Roughly $46,000 to first place.
Carson opening this one with queens. Ace, queen, queen, 9. Makes it 55,000 to go. And Ty looking down at 10, 10, 8, 6, double suited.
Oh,
Makes the call. And Danny with the kings now. Single suited. Kind of junky danglers at the bottom. This is kind of a tough spot here. You got a raiser and a caller, and you feel like if you limp in, somebody's going to try to squeeze and steal the pot, and then you're going to have to call with crappy kings. So it's sort of a razor fold, I think, for Danilo. He doesn't want to let somebody else be the squeezer or see a flop 5 ways with kings.
Yeah. It's either be the squeezer or be squeezed, and you don't want to be squeezed with the crappy kings, as you say.
How much is it?
Yeah, and this is the other consideration too.
Yeah, how many chips does the big blind have?
Yeah, can this really get through all these players left to act and then back through the under the gun and under the gun +1 players?
Danilo does make the call. And for those of you who normally just watch Hold'em, might be thinking that this is kind of a slow, like a slow roll, having kings there. But in Omaha, that particular king holding is not a huge favorite against a lot of other hands.
Yeah, and similar to the difference between cash and tournament Hold'em, PLO, cash and tournament play is very different.
It looks like we'll have 4 players going to the flop here, as the big blind calls with 10, 8, 8, 5. And there is an ace. Danilo with a gut shot to a wheel and backdoor spades. Carson's queens takes the lead, hitting an ace.
200.
200.
But Danny will fire at it after it checks to him. And I think this may get through. Carson with backdoor diamonds, looking at ace queen, would have to put 2/3 of his stack in there to see if his ace is the best one. And Danilo making another good play.
Yeah.
Back-to-back hands. Goes from short stack to over $1 million.
Yeah, 15, 30, 50.
He's just over average stack now, and blinds go up.
That's got to be a great feeling there.
Yeah.
As blinds are announced going up to, you had a tough decision pre-flop and takes the pot down.
He doesn't remember.
My English no good, sorry guys.
Have a great day.
I have a good time.
Try to be objective when I'm commentating, but it's hard when one of our dealers is at the final table. Got to
Yeah.
root for Danny a little bit.
Better hand, but too scared.
Maybe.
He's got one of the driest sense of humors too. He's always funny.
Yeah. I mean, you throw in the accent with it.
Yeah, he
You're
definitely.
just thinking, oh yeah, just standard Eastern European joke.
Ace 8, 7, 6, double suited. Nice little suited ace rundown. Danny feeling the heat. Can he make it 3 in a row? Makes it 65,000 to go. Jason D making the call from the hijack. Mystery hand.
Yeah, when Daniela runs hot, he definitely runs hot.
And KT with a very similar hand in the small blind. Only 100K in his stack. Decides to get out of the way.
He's one, man. We need to know what you have.
So we have one mystery hand here. Of the hands we can see, Daniela's ace high. Still good.
But the mystery hand will bet it, and will bet it big.
Yeah.
And likely take it down here.
Almost pot-sized bet, and he does take it down. Ray, ace, ace, 9-9, single suited, short stacked. These,
120.
I wouldn't call these crappy aces, but I wouldn't call them great aces. You wish those 9s were 10s or some other card that connects. 5s would be better than 9s.
Yeah, we always joke in the mixed games too. The 9s are really never good in any game unless you're playing stud 49, I guess.
Yeah, KT is going to get it in here on the button with King Jack 10-9. And Ray will be the one making the possibility of KT getting eliminated here. Ray does have slightly more chips. KT in danger, needs some help, or he may be eliminated in 8th place. 8th place right now, 58.50. Everybody at this table happy that this is happening. 2 short stacks going at it here.
King of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, jack of spades, 9 of clubs. On the left.
Queen, 10, 8, flop. Oh, can I say yes?
At least you're not asking for much.
8.
Queen 10-8, but all spades.
Players having fun, making requests here before we see 3
Now
community
you're being a
cards.
little more reasonable.
Jack of spades.
Queen, jack, spade, 2 diamonds.
Why does everybody hate me?
Why we need a thread?
Person with a joke.
Right, isn't it? Why we need a thread?
You're ahead.
How about monotone flop for nobody here? All hearts and top set for Ray.
KT
Case not.
does have some straight outs, but not
Shit.
anymore. Aces full of 8s is going to win this one for Ray. KT will be eliminated.
Who's going to tell me they had the 8?
Taking home $5,850.
Somebody always says it.
Came into the table as the shortest stack. Managed to ladder up 1 spot.
You probably did. You're like that.
I
7, 7, 5.
See you, bud.
bets.
And then there were 7. 6,600 going to 7th place, but everybody at this table looking at that top spot,
High
$45,795.
right now.
Yeah. Because we on stream, so no one was saying.
Sitting there making money.
If we off stream, at least 4 people.
Man,
At least 4
thought
people
for
say I
sure
have
I was
it.
gonna get by.
Had a one hand, probably could have.
And with that elimination, 7 players left, average stack 1.1 million, about 38 big blinds. Still plenty of play here, but we do see some of these stacks are definitely not in that 1 million area. Ray being one of them.
Yeah.
Even after winning that pot,
At least like 4 of them.
less than half average. He's got a nice little rundown here, double suited, but early position.
You like this?
Get out of the way.
3 folds, 4 folds.
See, what I do is just don't make it here.
Queens, no suit on the button
No problem.
for Carson here.
So what I do is just not make it here in the first place, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yes, that hand there is probably a fold in first position. It's a raise on the button.
Button equity, right?
That's right. Daniello in the big blind, Jack 9-4-4, single suited. Facing a pretty sizable raise here. Most likely we'll just get out of the way. Just not the kind of hand you want to play a big pot with out of position.
Yeah, and he's worked for these chips as well. He doesn't want to just give them back on a less than marginal hand.
Yeah, always hard to fold the big blind, especially in PLO where you know you're never going to be a huge dog. But this is a pretty sizable raise. And he knows he's going to have to play for the rest of the chips.
8 folds.
Carson definitely not folding after putting half his stack in there.
Nice clubs.
Do you have kings?
Yeah. No, no kings.
Queens? You have like a
James.
rundown hand?
Uh-huh.
You have like a rundown hand?
Just table your cards.
Right. Just show us 3. Come on.
Yeah, just keep the last one a mystery, but show us 75% of your hand. You know what? Just 3/4 will do.
You pitch me 2 cards.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes these RFID cards will feel a little thicker in the dealer's hand. Sometimes you get 2 off at once.
Oh my God. It must be a rough day.
Did they pick that up? Did they pick that up immediately? Or you felt it?
I felt it.
Okay. I was like, damn, that was fast.
Raise 75.
Suited to the king for Jason D here, under the gun.
3 folds, 4 folds. 6 folds.
Makes it 75, and it folds all the way around to the button. Ty looking down at a double suited. Ace, king, 10, deuce.
Oh,
He will make the call. Wow, and Danny has a nice hand too. Ace, king, 10, 9, single suited.
Aces and kings likely not to come. Let's see who can make their flush.
Yesterday.
You see the equities here almost even
I don't think I ever like
among these hands.
ever hit it like
And it's clubs and wheel cards. Nobody has clubs.
at least 3 bar play everything.
Jason's ace 5 taking the lead.
Yeah, this will be a run out. We're looking to hit danglers along the way.
Aces and fives now for Jason. Aces and deuces for Ty. Nobody has clubs and nobody has the king of clubs. Jason does have the queen of clubs if he wants to try to represent. He also has the best hand.
Yeah. Likely not to know it. Definitely not betting at it here.
Checks around again, and it's a safe run out for Jason D.
Okay.
Ace 5.
That's one of those where they're all thinking, oh man, if I just bet one time.
Right. 7-4 gets there, of course.
Thanks, Rick.
Here we have another dealer change. Mo coming into the box now. And we'll look at this 1-3 Wolfgang meetup game that we mentioned. Super Bowl Sunday, February 11th from noon to 4 p.m. The 5 seat will be open at every table. Wolfgang will bounce from table to table. You will have your chance to play with him, stack him, bluff him, get stacked by him, get the bang sticker put on you.
And you can watch him on stream the day before that, Saturday night. He'll be playing a 2-5 game with the winners of his giveaway contest. So see how he plays and then play with him the very next day in a 1-3 game.
Yep. And then all month long, morning high hands from 9 a.m. to noon. The highest hand of the hour gets paid an additional $200 because hopefully you're getting paid in pot as well.
You ought to be. If you got the highest hand of the hour, you should have the highest hand of the particular hand.
Yeah. Usually that's how that works.
Yeah, I'm no read-a-matician, but I'm pretty sure.
Speaking of read-a-matician, do you have the Nostradongle with you? Do you have any expectations on when this final table is supposed to end?
Well, the Nostradongle is mostly good for Hold'em tournaments, but I did a little research earlier and found that typically these high limit or mid stakes PLO tournaments will usually end at if they don't make a deal, about when there's 100 big blinds left on the table. So that would put us at the 80,000 level, which I believe is level 26. So another 3 hours or so.
Nice. Let me text Cord and see what he is doing. No. Cord did mention that he would be open to commentating this as well, since he's played with a lot of these players.
Carson opened this one up from the hijack here with ace-king, jack 9, no suits. And Sung looking down at king-queen, 10-8, single suited.
Mine.
Virtual coin flip here.
He doesn't want you to scan somebody else's.
Makes the call.
It's me again. Undefeated. I might not have
Coin
time
flip
to get you
and
Carson got half his stack in already. And nobody hits this flop. Carson ahead with the ace high. Gonna get the chips in there, and it's probably gonna get the job done with the board pair. Sung's not calling with a gut shot and overcards.
I know it's 7, but I was okay with it.
Made the biggest hold of my life. Never get me to fold that hand in a cash
You
game.
got tens?
Yeah. How'd you know?
It's like you've done this once or twice.
Would not have folded that hand in a cash game for all of it.
Ace, queen, jack, ten. 1, 2.
limps around. 4 players taking this flop here. Queens currently in the lead for Carson. But jacks and 5s for Sung now on the flop. He takes the lead and he will fire out 135. And Jason D also flopped a jack, but no second pair. He's going to get out of the way. Great to see such a big turnout for the PLO tournament here. We've been getting a lot of PLO cash games in the room. I love seeing a lot more PLO. We also have the Tuesday night stream when we're not running these big tournament series. Every Tuesday we do PLO with the Stallions. If you like what you're seeing, be sure to check that out every week, Tuesday night.
Yeah, earlier in room, even with this going, we had 3 PLO tables going. The largest being a 1025, which I think they're getting back together right now.
Carson limping in here with giant ace-ace, king-10 single-suited. Might be trying for a nefarious limp rejam if anybody makes a move at this pot. But instead, it looks like it's going to fold around, and Jason's going to be able to limp in cheap here with 3, 3, 4, 5 on the button. And Sung will be able to get in there with 9s. George checking his option with ace, queen, queen, deuce single suited. Dangerous play for Carson here. Huge hand, lets some people in cheap. And Jason D flopping 2 pair as a result.
Pot 135.
And now Carson pots it. He does have a 10 and 2 aces, but in Omaha he can only play one of those things, so he's got 1 pair against Jason's 2 pair.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds working for Carson currently. We'll see if that is working on the turn.
And so it is, and
2 pair
it
to go.
catches
Yeah,
2 pair.
it's top 2 versus bottom 2.
The trap was set, the trap was sprung, and now he's a dominating favorite in this hand with the nut flush draw and top 2 pair. And $1 million in the pot again. Kings and 10s will hold.
310.
Carson doubling up
Yeah,
and then some.
getting some of it back from Jason, who did make that call off.
Which now that'll put him at about average stack.
Again, for those just tuning in, those pink chips are 5K chips. The greens, the oversized greens are 25K. The oversized blues are 100K. Plenty of play left here. Not just plenty of play, but plenty of high-level play. The buy-in was 1,100. We had 3 starting flights.
Trapped yourself that time.
Oh, this time?
26
Oh, yeah.
came
You're
back
doing
to
good.
this day 2.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Shit, I saw a lot.
Big blind.
They're playing for 45,795 up top.
Yeah,
Probably
been a
won't be the
great
last time
tournament
either.
series so far. This was guaranteed, 150,000 guaranteed. We smashed that. 192,000 in this prize pool, and the 1 million guarantee main
A lot of good turn
event
cards
coming
for
right
fans.
up here after the mystery
best.
bounty, which is already in progress.
Yeah. Plenty of flights left on that mystery bounty if you're still looking to get in. The bounty polls begin on the day 2.
Yeah, 300K guarantee on that and a million guarantee on the main event. Lots of poker action
Ace is a
here.
disaster.
If you like tournament poker,
I know,
check
that's what I'm
Poker
saying.
Atlas for
But
all the details or
King is a dream.
championsclubtexas.com.
Yeah, dream card. The King
Yeah,
of
if you check
Diamonds
Poker
is
Atlas right now, you'll also see there's 6 tables going.
5
of
hours.
cash.
Immediately.
3 Hold'em games, 2
The ace
PLO
ones, 2
games, a mixed game going.
Ty opened this one up with
I know,
8865.
I'm just saying.
Daniela limping behind with aces, and Carson getting in there on from the big blind, flopping nut flush draw. Does Carson? Carson also has a gut shot to Broadway. Daniela's aces currently still in the lead. Double gutter now for Ty. Checked around on the flop, and that tray of hearts doesn't really change much. So Daniela's going to take a stab at it now. 140 is the bet. Just a little over half pot. Carson definitely getting the right price to call here with nut flush draw.
Yeah, and I did ask him, hear him ask the dealer what's in there. Can ask the dealer what's in the middle.
And he opts to raise it to 510,000. Not only giving him the opportunity to make that flush, but to just take it down right now. Really putting the pressure on Danielo, putting over half his stack in the middle, letting Danielo know he's not going anywhere in this hand.
Yeah, this is a really great move here by Carson. He knows he has a lot of outs here. Can either take it down as he does right now, or if he did hit the river, any of his nut draws, he's realizing early, collecting that value early.
Do you have a set?
I better not.
Wow, very nice set. You guys too good.
Better than a set on that
You guys know
board.
what the river is.
No flush, no straight present. It's pretty strong.
I thought you were gonna play that one. I thought you were gonna play that one.
I did. I raised.
You give up. Since when do you give up?
You two are in the hand.
Little rundown here for Danielo now. Under the gun, 5, 6, 7, 9. Does not want to try it out of position.
Not believe it.
Okay, 75.
Jason D will open to 75 with single suited kings. Seen this King 3-4 a couple of times tonight. See how it manages against Ty's queens from the big blind. Queen, Jack 4. Single suited, same suit. King's not going to do so well against queens this time as Ty flops triple jacks.
80.
Bet 80,000.
The two big stacks going at it, and Ty Ha checking his trips, trying to extract as much value as he can out of Jason.
Cord commentating as well.
Just calls.
Yeah.
King 3-4 are picking up an open ender and a flush draw on the turn.
They probably just started.
Yeah, let's see a pot.
Ty's still a big favorite, but that's changes it to 60-40 from what it was previously. Oh, check. Okay, interesting.
Wow.
47.
I'm going 47 minutes.
Scary river card. Clubs get there.
Let me know if you need to know what's in the pot.
Ty's just going to have to take down what got in there on the flop.
Yeah. Yeah, and both those big stacks really not incentivized to play a big pot with each other.
Yeah.
So, despite how strong both those hands were there, especially with an action turn like that, things really just checked down after the flop. And they keep the pressure on those shorter stacks. That is the beauty of ICM play. Do appreciate each and every one of y'all tuning in, supporting your friends, maybe some family, significant others that are playing for all of this money here. Over $190,000 prize pool we put together for the PLO Championship here. Before you forget, go ahead and hit like and subscribe. There's plenty of more final tables throughout the Winter Poker Open. Started on February 2nd, ending things with a bang February 19th. Make sure to tune in to both our cash streams and these final tables.
Sung's been pretty quiet lately, looking down now at a King 9-7 double suited, raises it up to 120. Pot size bet. Ty Ha with Queen, Tray in the small blind. Suited to the queen, but that suit is covered by Sung. He's going to make the call. Danielo with double suited jacks in the big blind. Will call as well. We're going to go three ways to the flop. And Sung actually with the most equity here with his double suited hand versus Ty's queens. And he will pick up top pair and a flush draw. But Ty flopping bottom set. Takes the lead in the hand. Checks it over, and Sung gets it in there for 235.
Now Ty looking over at Daniello's stack. Repots it. Trying to isolate here.
And Danny has an open-ender. Probably would have called that smaller bet. But Ty does get him to fold the deuce 5.
Queen. Yeah, queen of diamonds. Lucky us.
Was either that or the ace?
Probably wasn't the six
So
of spades.
Sung, the at-risk player here. But hearts come in immediately for him. He's looking to fade the boat outs to tie.
I did lose everyone so far.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
Board pairs.
And that will do it for Sung. Tie making trays full versus Sung's trip kings and flush. Sung hit everything he possibly could there, but Ty just
always
outdid it
supposed to
with
be
the
allowed
set.
to win when he has
And
it
Sung will be
in
taking home $6,600.
Now he's 2-0.
And our chip leader coming into the
Sure.
final table finally
Well,
wins a pot here. I don't think he's taken down
The
a
aces
significant
wasn't really-
pot since this table started.
Yeah, that was like.
Yeah, so every other player
I don't
laddering
know
up,
about you guys, but I'm officially profiting. from
locking
this
up
Nice.
7,800
Finally,
and playing for plenty more, as you can see there on screen.
save and
I was
wood.
officially profiting when I entered all entertainment value to hang out with you guys.
It's either six. I'm pretty sure it's six. It might be seven. I was playing great too.
Well, at least you double bike your mystery that I haven't even biked. I still need to play that tomorrow.
I'm not quite profiting that one yet.
And then there were 6. Ranges will start to open up a little bit here now that we're 6-handed. Action George, ace queen 9-9. He's got 3 clubs in his hand. Gonna make the call. Danielo calling from the small blind. King, queen, 10-5. Queen 10 of diamonds. And Ray looking down at suited king in the big blind here. We'll check his option. Unfortunately for him, that suit is covered by Action George. We'll go 3 ways to the flop. George commanding lead against the other two currently. And he blocks the straights,
What's the rack of those?
but Danielo flops top 2 pair.
Got too many.
Takes the lead.
Barely use it anyway.
Checks to George, who also has a queen. He's going to fire 55, about half pot. And Danny's going to get out of the way there, worrying about the straights, being out of position the whole time with 2 pair, with a really coordinated board like that. Action George. Top pair, blocking the straight twice, firing out, taking it down.
Yeah, not involved in the hand. You might have seen Ty racking some chips up. Obviously, no table change here. Just getting a color up. Had way too many pinks on the table there.
Yeah, trading 100 chips for 5 chips. Everybody loves to do that. Now that we're down to 6 players, average stack 1.3 million. Blinds still at 15 and 30,000. So average stack is 40 for bigs. And it seems like they've been staying pretty much in that area all day today. I don't have as much experience with PLO tournaments. Hold'em tournaments, at least with our structures, seem to hover around that 30 big blind area. This tournament seems to be hovering around that 40 big blind area, which kind of makes sense. The opening raise in PLO usually more than what we see currently with the way Hold'em plays. The more small ball, kind of 2.5x opening. Usually going to see like a 3x or 4x opening in PLO. Here we have a raise to 65 and a 3-bet to 225 from Carson and Ty respectively. Ray, the short stack, looking down at kings, single suited. All this action.
Oh,
He will get his chips in here. Carson hating this. Open with jacks. Doesn't like that 6 dangler in there. Doesn't like the guy with all the chips behind him. And he's going to get out of the way. It's going to be a rundown versus kings. And Ray is going to love seeing this because Ty does not have an ace in his hand. Ray is going to be a 60-40 favorite here to double up. And then some, thanks to that raise from Carson.
I had 2 jacks. Jack, 2.
And there's the ace that he was dreading until he saw those cards.
Yep.
Ray flops bottom 2 pair. Goes from 60-40 favorite to almost a 90% favorite to double up here.
Not useful that. 7.
Just needs to fade running straight cards.
He's blocking all your jacks.
Well, now Ty picks up a pair here.
Just needs to pair one of his other cards for a better 2 pair. Does not, though.
Yeah, and unlike Hold'em, you must play 2 cards out of your hand. So even though there's 4 hearts on the board, neither of those players has a flush. They have to play 2 out of their hand and 3 off the board. So Ray's playing 6s and 4s and takes the pot down.
So Ray drags that pot in, gets the full double up plus some, gets rewarded with the dealer button, and blinds are up.
dry king.
Just in time.
It's a bonus.
And now,
I knew he wasn't going to be able
with the
to
blinds
block
going up to 20 and 40,000, average stack back down to 33 bigs, which means we're likely to see at least one player go out this level. Each level 40 minutes.
So you're telling me the Nostradongle is saying we lose one?
That's right. Doing my maths.
Mm-hmm. See if the mathematics hold up and see which players can hold.
Blind versus blind. It's a 50-50 flip. Top 2 for Jason D. Wrap for Action George. It's still almost a flip.
I don't remember if I had hearts or not on that hand. I don't think so.
Jason checks. George fires 40,000. And Jason D is going to pot it.
Things you don't give a shit about for 100.
Mirror, mirror on the flop.
I was waiting on it.
220 now.
Could have had me again.
For what?
Just another boom.
The only thing George doesn't like here is the 2 clubs on board. He loves that flop.
Hey, you know what you
He's
really
got the
like
3-card
though? You haven't
wrap.
already seen it. Last Man on Earth. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I think I started to watch it, but I haven't finished it. Pretty sure I started to watch it.
What's it about?
Makes the call.
I don't remember, but I know.
And now there's $500,000 in the middle.
No, it's not on Netflix. It's I don't know.
Is
where
it
it's
Prime?
at. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But
Action
anyways, it's a
George
comedy.
picks up diamonds to go
Like
along with his
It's
wrap.
not the one that you're thinking about on Netflix.
And Jason
Because
pots
you're
it
talking about the one
again.
where Teslas wreck into each other and all that. I don't remember what that's called. Anyways, check it out. Last Man on Earth.
Yeah,
Like,
he doesn't hate this
I
turn.
watch a lot of TV.
Nothing comes in but another
My wife's
flush draw.
hogging the TV with Grey's Anatomy right now.
He would have liked to see the
she
board
might hate
pair.
it, dude. The show's good. Really good. It's hilarious. You gotta check it out. I don't watch much TV unless it's sports.
George not in love with the flush draw either, since he's got 4 diamonds in his hand, but at least that gives you some solace that if you make the flush, you're probably good.
Yeah.
But
Blocking yourself at the same time.
yeah, he has a ton of outs here.
Maybe it is.
As we can see, it's basically 60-40. He's getting 2 to 1 to call. He's getting the right price, but that's going to put almost all of his chips in the middle.
I forget when it came out.
Yeah. And that's exactly what he does. No made hand yet here for Action George,
Popular people in it.
but not backing down here.
And the
Wow.
diamonds come through, but it also pairs the board. Jason D now with a full house and moves all in. I don't know if George can lay this down. He can't. It's diamonds he has to call.
And we do lose another player here. Tables, the diamonds.
Good game, bud.
Yeah, they both get there on the end, and now we're down to 5. Action George will be taking home $7,860 for his efforts here today, and all of these players now guaranteed over $9,000.
Yeah, these jumps are starting to get sizable. There you see it. Every player, like you mentioned, over $9,000 locked up. Fourth will take close to $12,000. And then roughly 5,000 jump there to third,
Interesting.
17,680. Second, close to 31,000. And the first place prize, 45,795.
Loud and clear.
And there's another look at the food comp deal that we've got going on here at Champions Club. If you like to play cash games, you're going to love this. Play 8 hours, get a $25 food comp. You can save those up and use multiple comps at the same time all throughout the month of February. We already did the Pro Bowl on the 4th. We have a Super Bowl promo also coming up next Sunday. Hot seat drawings every time either team scores, $50 for field goals, 100 for touchdowns, and 300 if there happens to be a safety in the game. That'll be a lot of fun. But also, get here early and get into that meetup game with Wolfgang, Sunday, February 11th, from noon until 4 p.m. before the Super Bowl. Come play some cash poker.
Yep, and like any good poker room, plenty of big screen TVs all around the room. You'll get to watch the big game while you're in the big game.
Yeah, and if you're here for the meetup game in the Super Bowl, you've earned your free dinner, basically. I mean, you're going to hit that $25, so. Plus, you're probably going to pay for your time just in the promos.
I mean,
That's the great
wrap's
thing about
over
all
all
of these promos going on at Champions now. You basically can play poker for free. No rake ever here, just
My turn.
pay for time.
For what?
I win one. You've been winning them all. You gotta take
Oh,
turns.
no, I'm not on that many. I'm 35.
That's 135,000.
Aces and deuces for Jason. And he will bet and take it after the flop. Jason with ace, queen, queen 10 now on the heat, raising it up. Makes it 100,000 to go. Ty looking down at 3 kings in his hand. Now remember, in Omaha, you can only play 2 of your cards. Having trips in your hand, not a good thing, but he is suited, so he's going to peel it off here. And he does have the best hand with kings. Goes check, check. Ty reaching for chips, betting 125, about half pot. Jason now with a comfortable chip lead. Raises it up, 350. And the aggression is going to pay off. Jason getting Ty to fold the better hand.
Well, Jason, you wiped out that side of the table.
So you want that?
I appreciate you starting over there.
Let's break that trend though. Let's like reverse it maybe.
Ty looking down at trips again. Gives Danilo the first walk of the final table here. 34 hands in. I think that's the first walk we've seen.
I mean,
Yeah, I feel it.
six of spades was coming for sure. I didn't hear you.
Scan your cards.
Oh, okay.
We want to see that piece of cheese you're raising away.
Carson opens this one for 80. Folds around to the big blind of Ray. Ace, queen, 9-3. And he'll get out of the way. And walk number 2. Folds around to raise button. He's going to raise it up. Looks like 85 or 90 with ace jack 10-6. And Jason D looking down at a nice Broadway rundown here. King, queen, jack 10, suited king. Raises it up to 325,000. Action back on Ray. Basically a coin flip here. Ray is in the lead and in position, but this would be more than half of his chips just to call. And Ray does not want to defend. Gets out of the way. Aggression from the big stack paying off yet again. Getting a better hand to fold. Jason D using those chips the way you're supposed to when you are the big stack. Ray with a decent hand again, short-handed, king, queen, queen, 9 in the cutoff. Suited queen. It's the kind of hand that can be really good and can get you in trouble. Raises it up to 90,000. And Ty looking down at double suited 6s. Going to peel a flop. Probably figures if he hits it with that hand, Ray definitely doesn't have any piece of it. And that is definitely Ray's flop, is probably what Ty's thinking. They both miss. Ray, big favorite with the queens. And a bet and take it from Ray.
One more? Or is that 4?
That's 4.
Action starts on 9.
Carson with the queens this time on the button, makes it 90,000. And Ty with a suited ace, ace king 6 3 in the small blind. Have to open up your ranges a little bit here as it gets shorter handed, but at the same time you don't want to be just dumping chips to your opponents. Ty will not call, he will raise. Makes it 320. Danilo folding a suited ace. And it's going to fold around. Ty picking this one up. Both big stacks now, putting some pressure on these smaller stacks. Average stack 1.6 million. Jason has about double that after eliminating almost half the table.
Right.
And he wakes up with a pretty nice looking hand here. Jack 10, 8, 8. He's got 3 diamonds in his hand. Makes it 100,000 to go. Ray's going to take a look at this flop. Slightly better hand, but out of position. And a 7 high board. Now Jason's hand takes the lead. Those 8s are good. Pretty quiet bunch. These guys are probably a little bit tired. Restart was at 5 p.m. today. They are on a bit of a delay. I believe the delay is about 40 minutes today. So for them, they've been playing for just over 5 hours, but they also played another full day of this pot limit previously.
Yeah, and a lot of these players firing on multiple events as well. So we saw Ty took first in the monster stack to kick things off. That was a single day event that played deep into the next morning. So some of these days starting to add up on these players. Plus just the pressure of 45,000 to first. Like we mentioned at the start, these players no stranger to big spots, but the focus required does take a toll on you.
100%.
Diamonds on the turn for nobody. Jason, open-ended. Bricks out. Pair of 9s. Good for Ray. Not a huge one, but small pots matter too. Especially for all the Ray fans that I've seen in chat tonight.
That's right.
I thought you were joking. When you said no good, I thought you were joking.
I thought you said king high. I didn't even see the 9 until you said it.
I didn't see it.
Sorry.
No,
One of those rare instances where one pair wins. It's not even top pair.
I thought you were joking when you said no good.
hearts for Carson. Top two. Sorry, top and bottom, actually. The king 5. Working for Jason. Kings up will hold for Jason here. Jason and Carson colliding multiple times here on this final table. That bet will make Jason fold the best of it. Jason likely just thinking marginal holding, marginal spot, chip preservation matters in tournament poker. Again, those chip denominations, for those unfamiliar, the oversized blues, the 100Ks, oversized greens, 25K, and the pinks are 5Ks.
Raise.
Folds around to the button. Jason with an 8 Badoogie here. Raises things up to 100,000. Badoogie, rainbow holding. No flush draw for him, but a nice little rundown. Rundown gets there for Jason. It's got the inside of it. Flush draw still present here to the king for Carson. And how about just the nut flush now? Gotta feel good to see the ace on board for Carson. Making sure he still has the nuts.
This might help him get some chips here, because last time you looked back, he had the dry guy. He fired into Jason and got a call.
Yeah.
And Jason took down a big pot.
Same situation. Jason again with the straight, no flush.
That's a very fucking specific hand. Doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, you have a very specific hand.
Good lay down by Jason this time.
Pair of fours.
Made the call when it was the right call. Made the fold when it was the right fold.
King high diamonds, ace high
And
hearts.
that's why he's got all the chips.
Ace is a tough card for him.
Yeah.
Ace of diamonds, a weird one.
Nice to hear him think through it.
Go ahead, keep acting like you bluff.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to bluff. It's just so
Go
hard.
ahead, keep acting like you bluff. We'll enjoy it.
Heard him correctly call out King 10 of diamonds.
It is weird.
Does exist there.
No, I mean, it definitely is, but
I was just wondering if I was getting trapped on the turn or not. So that's why I asked.
I bet I wasn't trapping.
No.
I said I got the nuts. Call. Right.
Jason rewarded. Queens. Single suited.
And Carson with another nice hand. Ace, queen, jack, 9, suited ace on the button. Just call.
Blinds will get out of the way. Let these two go at it again here. Wow.
Nut flush draw.
Gut shot to Broadway to go with it for Carson.
Jason's still technically ahead currently, but you can see statistically Carson a big favorite. That card will change things. The equities flip. Queen's now a favorite for Jason. But Carson will continue to fire. Small bet, 150 into 520. And Jason will make the call. Another big pot brewing. And the 10 comes off, giving both players a straight. Carson with Broadway, Jason with the queen or the king high. And Carson will take another sizable pot from Jason. Creeping up. Now has over an average size stack. All courtesy of Jason, who was sitting at double average not long ago.
Yeah, lost all the blue chips there that he had. All those 100Ks are gone and across the table from him.
Still the chip leader, but it never feels good to lose chips, especially to a good player. And unfortunately for him, all of the players at this table are pretty good. You don't want to lose chips to anybody at this table. These guys are all monsters. Daniello, double suited aces in the small blind, shortest stack at the table, getting as much as he can into the middle.
Yep. Looks off camera there. His wife is waiting, supporting from just off screen.
And Ray with a decent hand as well. Jack 10-9, Trey. He's got a dangler in there, but in position. Decent holding. May decide to peel off a flop here. especially against somebody with so few chips.
I don't want your fault.
You don't agree with my call?
No. Becker.
Is that backwards?
Ray trying to figure out what he means by that. Definitely means he wanted the call.
No believe.
I folded a really, yeah, 3. Folded a really good hand.
Which fold? Ace is you.
All right, my phone just told me it's my bedtime, so you guys need to wrap this up.
No suit.
Yeah, Dan and I have a 5 p.m. horse tournament to fire tomorrow.
You liar.
There's one entry already. It's
I am
Christina,
liar.
I'm sure.
Oh, dead money already. Sweet. Ty opening this one up to 80,000. A double suited ace 9 7 6. And Jason will defend the big blind. 10 8 6 4. Not a lot there for either player. Ty flopping top pair has the lead. Jason with bottom pair. Diamond draw now for Jason.
Trip aces now.
Yeah, Ty's going to take this one down. It's going to bet $1.25 at it. I don't think Jason has enough to call with.
Trying to turn it off.
Wow, he's going to pay him off. Very surprised by that call. It looks like the players are going to be taking a short break here. I sat down with some of our favorite Pot Limit Omaha players, the Poker Stallions, Will and Scott, and did a little interview here. We'll be taking a look at that as the players take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Dan Fouch here from Champions Poker Live. I'm sitting here with 2023 bracelet winner and captain of the Poker Stallions, Will Leffingwell. How's it going today, Will?
It's doing well. How are you?
I am excellent. As always, tell me, how has life changed for you since you won a bracelet at the World Series of Poker?
You know, I liked life before the bracelet, and after it's been a little better, I guess. So, not everywhere, but I've been places. I was in Lake Tahoe once, and also just now outside, someone stopped me, and they recognize certain things on, like, oh, I've seen you on stream, or, you know, it's a champion stream that's really gotten me more notoriety than I would say the bracelet has.
Yeah, so for those of you unfamiliar, we do a stream every Tuesday with the Poker Stallions, hosted by Will and his partner Scott, Fireman Scott. What is that like for you, playing that stream every week, week in, week out, different players coming in and out, but you guys are always there?
It's been a lot of fun. Definitely caught a lot of criticism as well. You know, me and Scott both like to talk, or we you know, like to have a good time. We like to play with a lot of the people we've been playing with for a long time, a lot of our friends. And, you know, a lot of other people want to get on the game and play, and I'm trying to get everyone in. And I think we're going to add another higher game maybe eventually, and then keep the lower one and try to switch out the lineups more. And I want to get more people on the stream. I want to get Houston more involved. You know, I want it to be a fun time where everyone has fun, comes, talks a little crap, and then, you know, could still play poker, not take anything too seriously, because at the end of the day, you know, we're just playing cards.
Yeah. So you're obviously known as a pot limit Omaha specialist. That's what your bracelet's in. But now it seems like this year you're going to focus more on no limit hold'em tournaments. Congratulations, by the way, on your recent win at the Beau Rivage.
I appreciate it. Yes, no limit hold'em has always been where the big tournaments are decided. You know, in rounders they say the game's played over, you know, no limit, the main event and everything. So I know that my no limit game is not at the top of where I want it to be. So this year, my approach is to take shots at some of the bigger no limit tournaments, and I've been doing some online coaching and doing some other things, trying to get ready for this summer and, you know, the whole year, the wins at the end of the year. So those are 2 tournaments on my calendar that I'm looking forward to.
That's great. So we have the Winter Poker Open coming up here. Obviously, we have a $1,500 main event with a $1 million guarantee. Everybody's excited about that. What other events are you excited for, and which ones do you plan on playing during the Winter Poker Open?
That is awesome. Houston's getting another $1 million guarantee. It's been a long time since we've had one. You know, recently there was a smaller guarantee in the area that thought could be bigger. You know, we're Houston. We got a lot of people here. We need to shoot for higher guarantees, because at the end of the day, it's the players that guarantee the tournaments. You know, if we're going to show up, we're going to play, we're going to put the $1 million in the prize pool. You know, it's nice for one person, 2 people, 3 people to play for at the end. As far as the what was your last question as well? The tournament.
What events are you excited about other than the main? Everybody's excited for the main, of course.
Of course, the 150K PLO Championship. So it's a 1,100 buy-in. It's got a few flights. And then also the Mystery Bounty. I'm excited about that one. Would really like the Texans tickets as one of the prizes. I think it's a really cool idea. I'm excited about it. I think Houston will be excited about it. And someone's going to be that lucky winner that's going to be sitting there saying, Champions Club right around the Beltway, you know, was the reason I'm here at this game. So
definitely. We love seeing your face here at Champions Club. We've been getting Pot Limit Omaha games going more frequently.
Yes,
you,
it's exciting.
As well as some other folks have been coming in, lower limit games, higher limit games. What's the most fun game that you've played at so far at Champions Club, and what limit was it?
Honestly, it was probably this week on Wednesday. We were playing 1-2-5. We allowed the $10 straddle and the $20, I think it was dead 20, but a lot of people were putting it on. And the game probably had 50,000 on the table within the first hour from people just getting it all in, going crazy, playing Houston PLO, which is meant to be multi-way pots, a lot of fun. The luckiest person at the end will come out ahead. So some people are luckier than others, but you know, that's what the game's about, is everyone having fun, and no matter win or lose, you know, everyone leaves with a good attitude. So everyone at that table that night, all the winners, all the losers, everyone had a good time, and that's the most fun, I think, that you can have at a poker table.
Yeah, really that's what it's all about. And if you guys are interested in seeing an example of that, you can catch Will every week, every Tuesday, Pot Limit Omaha stream on Champions Poker Live. Thanks, Will, for sitting down with me today. Really appreciate it.
Larry's the only one we let get upset on our stream on Tuesday, and he's not really mad. He's more mad that he lost, not about the money. He's just mad like, oh, these guys are beating me. So deal with his attitude, but y'all will learn to love him. He's a gentle giant. So
I love it. This is Dan Fouts from Champions Club in Houston, Texas, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South. Come and visit us. Dan Fouts here with Champions Poker Live. I'm sitting down with 2023 World Series of Poker Bracelet winner and Poker Stallion.
What's up, Dan?
Fireman Scott Delaney. How are you doing today?
Good to see you, brother.
I'm doing well, and glad to have you here with me. What has changed since you became a bracelet winner?
My ego. No, I'm just kidding. My ego's always been big. But it was fun to come back. You know, I love Houston poker so much, and to go out and win a tournament, you know, with everybody watching. We had big-time sponsors the first couple of years, and we had a lot of people watching it and supporting us. So very exciting to win kind of the pinnacle of a tournament poker player. To win that bracelet and bring it home, it's meant a lot. It's been super exciting, and yeah, now it just gives me something more to brag about with all my friends.
Yeah, so you're definitely known as a Houston poker guy. Tell me a little bit about, like, what does Houston poker mean to you, and what has changed, and what do you see coming?
Well, Houston poker's my family. You know, there's my family, and there's my Houston poker family, and they're very close. And so I always want to do my part for poker, you know, and as this character of Fireman Scott, I've gotten to where I feel like I mean something to people, you know, and I try to help push poker forward the best we can. And as much as it's growing in the last year with champions and everything coming into Texas and Houston, it feels good to be a big part of that and kind of help push us in the right direction, be a part of it all, you know.
That's awesome. So we have the Winter Poker Open coming up. Obviously, everybody's excited about the $1 million guarantee, 1,500 main event. What other events for the Winter Poker Open are you excited about, and what are you planning on playing?
Well, this year I'm going to take a little bit different. I'm not looking at tournaments like I'm a professional anymore. I've won my bracelet, and now I'm going back to being a cash game player and a tournament player for fun and recreation. So as I'm looking throughout the year, I'm mostly looking at main events and PLO tournaments. And so for this Champions Series, which will be my first tournaments of the year, the PLO, to have a 150K PLO right here in Houston is pretty special. I'm very excited about that. And then the main event, you know, somebody's going to get paid a lot of money, and I hope it's me or Will for sure.
Yeah, it's so great to have, you know, the Poker Stallions, you guys here in town. You've got a bunch of people, but you guys are doing a stream every week here at Champions on Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Central. Tell me a little bit about that, about Poker Stallions in general, and then how has things changed since you started this weekly stream?
Well, we started the Stallions group about 2 years ago, and it's just a group of poker players that support each other through thick and thin, financially, in every way possible. We room together, we do sponsorship together, and so we're a big team. And my partner, Will Leffingwell, Rockets Will, on the show, he's the captain of the Stallions. He's the one who put it all together. And this show is something, it's kind of a combination of something that Will and I have both had in our minds forever. We wanted to speak to Houston and be a part of Houston and let them know what's going on a weekly basis. And this show has become the perfect spot for us to do this. You know, we have state-of-the-art facilities, state-of-the-art equipment, a great crew to work with, and it's more than we could really dream of. And so we're working on this stream every week to try and get it better and better, trying new things. Like I'm going to be in the booth tonight, bringing new people in, different stakes. We absolutely love it, and we hope that the people at home do too.
Yeah, we love having you guys here. For people who don't normally watch the Stallions stream, tell them a little bit. It's a different kind of poker stream. So tell them a little bit about what that means to you and what's your vision for that.
Well, we always thought, we used to kind of joke, and we used to say, man, all we really need was to turn a camera on and see what happens at the table. And so this gives us a little bit of time to do that. You know, we're all guys that have played together forever, and so we can joke with each other a little more than is usually allowed in a game. You know, it's a little hard for somebody else to pick on your brother, but you can pick on your brother. So since we know each other really well, it gives us an opportunity to put on a show that strangers, quite frankly, can't do. You know, it's people watching guys that know each other very well. And on a professional poker level, it adds another level that isn't seen a lot. You know, we've played with each other so well that we're varying off the traditional line, as you've seen quite a bit. You know, we are playing the player, and it's just a whole different type of show that we're trying to do, and we're really enjoying it. And like I said, we hope that everybody else is.
And we are back. Players back from break, repositioned a little bit here at the table for better camera angles, and it is 25-50 blinds now. Pressure on for some of these players with shorter stacks. Average stack at about 30, but you can see Daniello there with only 360,000 chips facing a 50K big blind in the next couple of hands. Three ways we go to the flop. First hand back from break. Set of trays for Carson. Top pair for Ty Ha. And Carson checks. Ty bets 85. Safe turn card for Carson. Set of trays still in the lead. Ty didn't pick up any other draws there. No spades to worry about. No straights get there. Got to feel good about that set at this point, especially with a check-check. Carson just thinking about how many chips can he get in the middle. He checked it to try to get Ty to fire, and disappointed that he didn't. Turns over the set and picks up the pot.
I need to hit my set.
Where's the tie that I was playing with earlier?
It's gone, bro. It's gone.
Too tired?
Need more check, bro. You're unlucky. I have the good enough hand to slow down with.
Yeah, I mean, apparently I should have bet out tight. And you just had ace king, I guess.
Daniello getting out of the way.
Can get up for you, man.
Single suited jacks now for Ray with that 3 dangler. Also decides to get out of the way.
Jason on the button, double suited hand, makes it 120 to go. Ace, king, 7-6, 2 suits.
Buried trays have been good for set mining so far on this final table. Ty's also playing his suited ace. Top 2 for Jason here, but hearts to the 9 for Ty.
125.
I don't see Ty continuing with this hand. Usually with a 9 high, you're thinking of those as blockers, not a draw. And he really doesn't have much else going on here. But what do I know?
Right.
Ty raising it up, turning his hand into a bluff. He's at 375. He's probably thinking, how can Jason be raising and hitting this board? What he doesn't know is Jason hit top 2 here. Scary turn for Jason as some straights get there. If Ty flopped some kind of wrap, that 8 definitely connects with that. Ty reaching for betting chips and fires 450,000, almost half pot. And Jason not believing him, potting it. Big stack versus big stack here, and now over 2 million chips in the middle. And Ty gives up on his bluff. Wow, good read by Jason there.
Yeah, and very strong lines, honestly, by both players. Both those stacks were really not incentivized to stack off against each other.
Yeah, surprised that Ty wanted to try to take a stand in that particular spot with that holding, and really powerful repot there by Jason. As you said, not really incentivized to make a big pot, especially with just middle two pair, but had some kind of read there on Ty, obviously. Or just a read on the situation in general. Two really good players going at it.
The bluff.
Ray, double suited aces. Not the shortest stack. The shortest stack actually in the big blind right now. Ray's going to raise it up to 125. Jason looks down at jacks and wants to know what's in the big blind stack. Folds around to Danilo, and not a bad holding for him either. 7, 9, 10 queen, single suited. Doesn't get his whole stack in there, but makes the call. 3 ways we go to the flop. Ray out in front. Danilo actually in second place equity-wise. See an 8 in the window. That's a good card for Danilo. But all diamonds on board. No good for anybody except for Ray, who flops top set. Best hand gets better. Checks around. Danilo picking up some straight outs. Set of aces still ahead. Jason decides to take a stab at this one after it checks around again. Ray will make the call. And Ray fills up on the river, jams it in there. Ray needles him a little bit before folding there.
Ace king good.
And now Ray up over 1 million in chips.
Nice pickup for a short stack there. I know a lot of people sweating Ray there. ODB in chat saying let's go Ray.
Jason with a 2-gap rundown, makes it 125 to go, suited to the queen. Carson was no gaps in his rundown. King, queen, jack 10 makes the call quickly. He's got king, queen of clubs. Danilo gonna make a stand now. Ace, queen, 8-8, suited to the queen, gets his chips in the middle. 210,000 all in. And he's going to get calls from both of the other players. Daniello with a chance here to over triple up, but facing two opponents. And I believe that's good flop for Carson there with the clubs and the 10, and he turns trip 10s. And Jason also turns trip 10s. Bet and a call. Daniello's got to feel terrible about that. Clubs get there. Carson with nut clubs.
Better 10.
Look at this.
And unfortunately, that will do it for Daniello. Taking home $9,250 for his 5th place finish.
And every other player locking up close to 12,000 now. 11,970 to 4th place.
Yeah, what a great run for Daniello. Hate to see him go, but
There's a lot of ways to improve that hand.
nicely done. And now we're down to 4 players.
The one that
As
made you
Kyle
money.
said, 13K, or sorry, almost 12K locked up for each of these players. Average stack now about 40
Yeah, I had to scoot
bigs
over to,
again.
like all the way on the table.
Average stack
Seeing
about 2 million in chips.
It's just better for you to be there anyways.
Yeah, for sure. I just didn't want to mess up production.
Right.
Switching out dealers at this time as well. Mo coming back in.
Nice, sir.
And Jason gets a walk. First hand of 4-handed play.
Yep. Nice hand announced.
Down to 4 players. We have 2 bracelet winners, 1 circuit ring winner, and 1 player that made it down to the final 2 tables in the last PLO tournament he played at the World Series of Poker.
42 what?
Pretty strong field.
Yeah, unfortunately I couldn't be there, but I am here in booth.
Maybe we should just give that to Han. Maybe we give that to Ty still.
Yeah, and Tai Ha,
I vote no.
one of those bracelet winners, and he did win our first event of the series, the Monster Stack. Looking to collect multiple trophies here this series.
Yeah, talk about a good week. First place in the Monster Stack for, was that 21,000?
Yeah.
A couple of days ago.
Amazing deal making. He said, I will take 21,000, and they agreed.
Yeah.
Originally it was 22,500 to first, so taking just less than first place money.
On a 4-way chop.
Yeah, a 4-way deal is great for him. I don't think these players, the type of players to make a 4-way deal, though.
No. Unlikely, unless it gets real even.
Top 2 holds, gets no call. Brandon Wynn, good to see you in chat. Alive and hopefully healthy. Brandon is one of our great dealers here at Champions. He is often dealing the stream here. Just pointing out that we did recently refelt this live stream table. New color, new logos.
It's a long way to travel for Champions Poker
And
Club.
that flop isn't
PLO
completely
Championship.
broken in yet.
Raise 125.
Carson, suited ace with a very similar rundown to Jason there. Some 9s, some 7s, 8-6.
Yeah, the ace 7, 8, 9 has already come up once today. Somebody in chat was asking, would I prefer the ace 7, 8, 9 or the king, king, 3, 4? I'd take the ace 7, 8, 9, I think. Not on this particular flop. Actually, a decent flop for ace 7, 8, 9, except for Tai Ha. Hit the jack queen. Flopped the joint.
175?
Yeah, 175.
Carson's going to take a stab at it here. Backdoor nut flush draw. Only thing working for him, as Tai Ha has flopped the bigger straight, and Tai also blocking hearts.
Heads up.
And as always, when you flop the nuts straight in Omaha, it's almost never the nuts on the river, but it does still hold up as the best hand for Tai.
Tai getting a rebate on some of those chips. Tried making a move on Jason earlier, did not work out for him. So gotta be feeling good to get a little bit of that back.
Another nice looking hand for Jason D. 10-10-9-8. Makes it a buck and a squirt. 125 to go. Folds around to the big blind of Ray, who has King Queen 5-5. He will not defend. Carson opens to 125. He's got Queen, Jack, Jack, 7. And Ray has 5s again, this time a little better. Ace 5-5-3, single suited. All 4 cards working together, suited ace, but he decides to wait. Jason gets in there from the big blind, though. We will see a flop. Jack's still the best hand, and Carson also flops an open ender. And he will bet and take it. Carson now the big stack at the table, I believe. Folds around to the blinds. Jason limps in with King 7-8-9. Carson checks his option. Will be heads up to the flop here. Jason in the lead with the King high. Flops 2 pair and an open ender. Carson 1 pair and a bigger open ender. Checks around on the flop. Jason fires the turn and gets a quick call. 2 pair now for Carson as well. Carson will make the jack high straight and get the check mark.
Good. Straight to the jack.
As you mentioned earlier, it's pretty fun to go through a lot of these players, their Hendon mob, see some of their recent cashes and total live earnings. Ray cashed twice in the Moneymaker Tour here locally. 20th in their main event. That was an $1,100 buy-in. We do have a $1,500 buy-in for our main event. It's a $1 million guarantee. And it's safe to say 20th will be good for more than $3,000 in that event.
I'm guessing we'll see all 4 of these players in that event.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised by deep runs from all 4 of these players as well. Cards go out for hand number 58 of this final table. Tie. King, queen, 8-7. Suited to the king.
Blind versus blind. Ty will open it up to 100,000.
And Ray defends.
Well, he's got the 7-4 diamonds. He should be raising.
Yeah. Half of your favorite hand. But a queen jack flop. Both players catching a piece. Bottom 2 for Ray now.
Ty's going to lead right into it. Top pair. Such a tough spot. Facing a raise. Flopping bottom 2 in Omaha. 2 Broadway cards on board. Just doesn't feel good. I think Ray's feeling like this is a jam or fold situation, and he's going with fold. It's just so hard to call there. You know you're going to face a bet
8-9-10 was
on the turn.
Fold to the best man.
And almost every card on the turn is going to be scary for you.
175.
Fold to the best.
He knows it.
What'd you have?
I had a set, but no flush draw.
That was my hand.
I said no flush draw. I'm not going to fold the set and not flush draw.
Ty opening another one. This time from the button. Ace 9 5 5. He's got 3 clubs in his hand. Ray making the call with jacks and deuces in his hand, and Jason will also see the flop. King queen 8-6. Suited queen.
Top 2 for Jason. Diamond flush draw for nobody.
Yeah, Jason really the only one connecting here. Ty does have a 9. Nobody has backdoor hearts either.
Yeah. This is the one of the brickiest of turns.
Ray is blocking the nuts twice here. Jack 10 would have flopped a straight. Ray's got 2 of the jacks in his hand. He just is in the wrong position to bet. And Jason is going to fire.
The worst player ever.
Yeah, he feels like he was supposed to pot it there and represent having the Jack 10, but I don't think it was going to work out for him that time. If he watches this stream back and sees Jason has top 2, he's going to be glad he didn't play at that one.
You're welcome. Not the best hand.
True.
Helps. I just let you in the pot. Just take it. Take it. It's late.
And Ray saying it, it's late. I think fatigue's starting to set in a little bit for these guys. Long day of PLO, lots of concentration. Still playing at a very high level.
Raise 125.
Jason opens this one from the button here. Pretty weak hand. Jack 10, 5, 4. And Ty defends and flops bottom 2. Jason with a double gutter. We'll see bet 175. Ty makes the call. Jason picks up a pair. And Ty picks up a gut shot. Goes check, check. King probably feels like a terrible card for Ty, but 8-7 still the best hand somehow. And Jason's going to take a stab at it, betting just over half pot. It'll be very difficult for Ty to make this call now. Second pair, weak kicker. Jason opened this pre-flop. He could have a pair of queens, a pair of jacks. So many hands that are going to beat 8-7 now. If Ty can find the call, he'll take the chip lead back. But he cannot find that call. Gets out of the way. Jason picks up another million pot. Well played by Jason. Recognizing that was not a good card for Ty. It was a much better card for his opening range. Folds around to the blinds. Ty has a pair in the small blind. He's just going to limp in. And Ray will check his option. Heads up we go to the flop. It's a coin flip until Ty hits a set of sevens. Bottom set versus top pair. Ty does have, or excuse me, Ray has the dry ace of spades and top pair. Doesn't make any kind of move at it though, and Ty turns sevens full.
Yeah, 75.
Ty attempting to extract some value out of this hand. Ray does have top pair, top kicker. Blind versus blind, so he will make the call. Wow, what a terrible run out for Ty yet again. Now so many hands beat those sevens. He's still good, but any old pocket pair would get the job done. Ray does not fire at it though, and Ty will collect the pot. Ray just doesn't have the chips to be trying to bluff in that situation. He's not going to try to fire out half his stack to see if he can get Ty to lay down a better hand. Got another dealer change here, I believe. And blinds have gone up to 30, 60, and 60. Putting the pressure on. Still plenty of room though for most of these players. Average stack 33 bigs. Ray down under 10 big blinds at this point though.
Two pairs.
With only $500,000 in his stack.
raise it if I knew
Almost
that's
suited,
what you
too.
had. My hand was not very good, but it was better than that.
Better than 7-7 deuce deuce. That's kind of a little equity.
Yeah.
It's the Harry Cullen.
Harry, a regular on the Poker Stallions stream on Tuesdays. Ray with ace-10, 8-8, suited ace-10. Down below 10 big blinds, and it looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Gonna make it 240. And he'll pick up a set of blinds and antes. Much needed. Get him one free orbit. Try to find something else worth playing. Don't forget, Super Bowl Sunday, meetup gang with Wolfgang, 1-3, no limit hold'em. We'll keep one seat open at every 1-3 table. Wolfgang will be making the rounds, playing with you guys at 1-3 limit. Just before the big game on Super Bowl Sunday from noon to 4 p.m. Stick around and keep playing during the Super Bowl. And we'll be doing hot seat drawings every time either team scores. As Kyle mentioned earlier in the stream, we've got TVs everywhere. We're going to have that Super Bowl running all over the place. Don't forget about our morning high hands also throughout the whole month of February. $200 high hands every hour from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Highest hand of the hour just gets a bonus $200. Pretty excited about that Wolfgang stream. He did a giveaway on his social media, giving away, I can't remember what the exact amount is, but he's flying 8 players out here to play on stream, playing 2-5 no limit hold'em. He's putting up the money, getting them rooms here at Champions Club, and flying them out from wherever they were when they entered his drawing. I think that's super cool. And then he's going to be doing a meetup game the next day. Those people will still be in town as well, so they'll probably be playing out on the floor for the meetup game.
Yeah, the energy on stream and in the room for that, I'm sure, will be amazing. I doubt we're going to have to commentate much of that stream.
Yeah. Well, and it's just going to be a fun game or day in general, too, having all those people in town, because that'll be the last flight of the bounty tournament. There's going to be a turbo flight that's Sunday, I believe. Day 2 of that will be Monday. So, yeah, it's just going to be a super fun weekend here at Champions. And then the main event will be starting just after that. So many great tournaments these next 10 days or so. And, I mean, the energy in the room has been just crazy all week. I mean, 200 players for this $1,100 PLO event. We've been smashing all of our guarantees, and we got a 1 million guarantee coming up. Super exciting.
140.
Yeah, seniors event, amazing turnout as well. Way more seniors than expected. And obviously, all of them were on time.
Yeah, that was a fun event, actually. The seniors always seem to turn out in this area. When I used to work those Choctaw events, we would have fields of like 600 players. It's insane.
I knew what this card was. I knew what this card was, like, right away. I could see it from the back.
You're saying it's damaged, right?
Yeah, the Jack of Hearts.
Jack of Hearts, the same deck as that?
Yeah.
How'd it get
I knew it as soon as it came. I was like, I bet this is a Jack
how's
of
that back
Hearts.
in play?
I could see it clear as day.
If you like what you're seeing, be sure to give us a like and a subscribe. Also hit that notification bell if you like tournament
Actually, if that card was
poker.
in this deck, it would be fine.
Get notified when we
'Cause a
start
lot of
our
these are worn
streams.
down,
We got a
whereas that one
bunch of
doesn't
tournament
seem
streams
worn
coming
down.
up, as well as our normal,
Man, I saw it.
Glad you're all honest.
I say normal streams. We typically stream
This
No,
deck,
but I mean, it just
see,
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every week. So what have we got coming up here? Tomorrow we're taking the day off because we all want to play the horse tournament that's coming up. Thursday, though, we're going to do our normal Thursday takeover cash stream. And Friday, we also have a cash stream. I believe that's going to be 5:10 or 10:25 on Friday. And then we got that Wolfgang stream coming up on Saturday. So if you like cash streams, we got that going the rest of this week. Next week, we got the Mystery Bounty final table coming up on Monday. Then Poker Stallions on Tuesday. And then I'm excited for the Wednesday stream next week is going to be the Tournament of Champions free roll for all of the mixed game champions for the Winter Poker Open. That should be a real fun one. Then we got the ladies and the high roller event rounding out that week. So like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Be here for all of our cash and tournament streams coming up.
Did they call service? So you can just tell them I want 2 waters and a Coke Zero if that helps. So I'll walk over here. If not.
yeah, I don't think they,
No, no big deal.
because it's just production.
Yeah. You mean the drink girl's not listening?
You might take your an hour.
Whoa. I mean, I'm okay to go to 5-card PLO if you guys want.
Y'all want to play the go?
Oh
I'm so
shit, I
sorry.
do have 5. Holy fuck.
Miscounted. I apologize.
I was gonna screw you, for sure.
I'd prefer 5-card if you guys want.
Well, we can't change the tournament structure 26 levels in, unfortunately. We'll have to stick with 4-card for the rest of this one.
No limit deuce thing.
I like playing a little 5-card though, especially split. I like Big O split.
No, not short deck, man.
They call
You're
it
the short deck
Congress
pro.
down here in the South.
Yeah, while we're talking about Big O and
It is.
different pot limit mixes, we did change the
It's all a
schedule
flip.
up.
Every hand's
The
a
triple draw and the pot limit mix are now flip-flopped. So Sunday, February 11th, it will actually be the pot limit mix tournament. And that triple draw, originally scheduled for Super Bowl Sunday, will move to February 13th, the Tuesday. Both those binds are $250, 5K guarantee, and the winner of each mixed event gets a free roll, a seat to the 5K free roll, the Tournament of Champions for the best mixed player of the series.
Winner take all, 5K,
I've never played it.
just given away by Champions Club. Gotta love it.
That has taught me in a lot of other games.
Yeah.
Big
That's where I've
hand
learned to play
alert.
most of the game.
Top 2 for Carson, or sorry, bottom 2 and an open ender.
So I told Dara this year. That's why he was at the series the whole time.
But you gotta play a little higher.
Yeah, Carson not wanting
But he
to
played all
hit
the
his
1500s
jack,
and then, like,
doesn't
the
know
10Ks
it.
was like,
Keep making the same mistakes, so you go get punished for those mistakes.
Yeah, tie with the gut shot and backdoor diamonds. Goes check. Spade draw comes through for Carson though.
Yeah. Low spades, but How about a gut shot to the straight flush draw for Carson?
Can't believe how many guys in 10Ks are really bad. People that think they're great.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're competent, but they're like,
Why you think I spend 2 months there every year?
they have no edge.
And I know I'm not even good at a lot of the games.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm, but I can sit there and just watch them play. I know you're no good. I learned a lot last year. Watching good players. Like 10K08, final table. I was not very good. By the end of it, I felt like I was really good. Played a lot with James Opes. I think he's great.
He does a lot of crazies.
Ty bets out at this one,
please.
180.
I like
Gets a
James.
quick call from
All the games.
Carson.
Played with him for like 3 days, so I was like, I wouldn't have to see what this guy
Did I
does.
get deep on that one this year?
Huh?
And 8s and 9s still good.
I know I didn't get deep in very many.
Carson checks it over again.
See if Ty takes another stab at this one. It may be difficult to call with those two pair at this point. There's so much in the pot now. Ty would really have to put a lot of his stack at risk to try to bluff at this. He does appear to be reaching for chips, taking inventory at least. Oh, he's betting big, 550, I think.
So we'll put 5 bets in on the turn.
Putting almost half his stack
2-outer with ace 5, 3, 3.
in the middle, betting over half pot.
5, 5 jack.
Carson is blocking the big straight.
He'd rather be double blocking it at this point.
Of course, yeah. He's got a 6 in his hand blocking the 6-7. He's got a jack blocking the jack-7 or the jack-queen.
Yeah, Carson doing plenty of math. Gonna try to reverse engineer this. What exactly happened? Saw him ask earlier, the dealer, for the count of what's in the middle, just to confirm.
I hope that you think they'll switch to take the online out of Player of the Year.
I don't think they will.
You know, it'd be fun to, like, think you have a chance. I don't want to sit there and play online.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Big spot for Ty here. Came into this final table, most of the chips. Wow.
Carson makes the call. Ty now at 10 big blinds. Carson increases his chip lead. What a
Huge call there. And that is a huge shift.
You play all online? You play any online?
I play some of them, not very many.
Big momentum swing.
Not well.
Yeah.
Are you going to play everything this year?
I'm going to play a lot.
Ray keeps the conversation going, but he noticed that.
Definitely add you to the list.
Yeah, that's really big for him.
Probably the best.
Now he's not the only short stack.
Yeah. Table kind of heavy on that side. What we're looking at, seat 3, seat 5. Most of the chips in play.
Partners with them.
ODB.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I could do that.
What's that?
I paid you
And
for
Carson putting the pressure on those short stacks. Raising it up. Ace, queen, jack, tray, no suits. And dominating Ray's hand. Ace, 9, 5 tray. 3 diamonds in his hand.
F4.
Yeah.
Ray does defend. We'll see a flop. Ray just over a pot-sized bet left in his stack. Hits 2 pairs. Carson with top pair.
$330.
And Ray bets pot. Committing himself with bottom 2.
I've made a decision.
And it's basically a coin flip here, but Carson doesn't want to give Ray chips.
I'm winning the percentage.
And Carson's going to wait for a better spot. Nice play by Ray.
I had no queen in my hand.
Firing when he has the best of it. Getting Carson to fold, picking up a little pot. Every little bit helps.
I don't have any outs to draw to very well.
Gets himself another orbit out of it.
Not good.
Your hand was better than you think.
Get through that big blind. And force Ty to now get through a set of blinds.
I don't want to have to make 2 hard calls in a row.
It wasn't going to be 2 hard in a row. It was going to be 1 hard and then 1 easy.
I'm talking about I have to make the play. You put me in a decision.
Oh, you mean the previous call and then that one? Gotcha. I thought you meant call the flop and then call the turn.
There you go, 100K
That's why I said the second call is
I'm
easy.
I'm just moving in.
Yeah.
I'm doing anything.
Ty with a nice looking hand here. King, queen, jack, 8, suited king. Raising it up. Makes it 240. And he'll pick up a set of blinds and antes. Nobody is out of this game yet. 2 players that definitely have more pressure on them than the other 2.
Got like 10 there.
But everybody here, super strong player. And not afraid to get some chips in the middle. Wow, big hand for Carson. No suits, but ace, king, king, queen. Blind versus blind.
Yeah, he wishes this was blind on blind versus tie.
Right.
This is big stack on big stack. Carson does have position.
Makes it 210 to go. And Jason will defend here. King, jack, 10 deuce. He does have jack 10 of diamonds, the only flush draw. And it's an ace high flop. Best hand gets better. Jason checks, Carson bets, 250. Little over half pot. And he will take it down right there.
$150.
Jason continues to apply pressure. King 10-9-8 this time on the button. Tie in the big blind with jacks. Jack, Jack, 5-4. He'll make the call. It's a coin flip. Let's see you flop. Jason flopping the best of it with kings and tens. Also has a club draw. Tie blocking Broadway. Can't feel good about his hand though. And Jason will pick that one up. Tie now under 10 big blinds. The two short stacks in the blinds. The two big stacks getting out of the way. Tie with a double suited hand in the small blind. Looked like he was going to throw a big chip in there, changed his mind and went for the small ones. Limps in. Ray with 3 hearts in his hand. Checks his option. Heads up to the flop we're going to go. If one of these guys hits, the other one's probably going to hit. They have a lot of each other's outs here. They each catch a pair. Gut shot for Ray.
A lot of turn cards can help Ray here.
Yeah. Yeah, Ty's just going to get out of the way. Not much of a board for him.
Chris still playing over there?
He'll probably be texting you in 30 minutes and be like, that wasn't me, idiot.
Fluid in a big pot table. 9-6-6 flop, he has 9-6, 7-9-9.
Oh yeah, he told me. He told me it took him forever to call too. Like, what are you wasting time for? Let's go.
Ty with a pretty big hand on the button. King Jack 10 tray, suited king, four-handed. You're on the button. Probably not going to see too much better than that. And Jason with almost the same hand, but with 3 diamonds in his hand.
So call and go from there. Let's evaluate on the flop.
Yeah, Ty with half of his stack in the middle already. Jason was trying to decide if he wanted to raise or call. I don't think he was ever folding. Goes with the call. They both flop the same thing. Ty has backdoor hearts.
Huh.
Otherwise, it's most likely a chop here.
Yeah, no true free roll outside of those hearts that might get picked up on the turn.
You have free roll.
Chop it, bruh. That shit is over. I see.
Chop it up.
Queen. 3 9s with the king jack. Take it. I don't remember what I had. Might have won.
Probably a winning hand.
I don't think I had an ace or a pair.
I don't even have a clue what I had.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
It's late.
I don't even remember looking at it.
When I had that jack of hearts earlier, I'm not even sure if I looked at my hand that hand.
Yeah, I just knew.
It was like, I was just like, yeah, I'm just so tired. I was just like, I looked and I was like, I bet that's jack of hearts. So I looked at it, I was like, and then I don't even know if I looked at my hand.
Oh, that one? With the bent card?
Yeah.
Looking at your hand is overrated.
These players are so good, they don't need to look at their hands. We can look at them for them.
Ray with ace, queen, 8-8, 3 clubs in his hand on the button. Just limps in. Jason will pot it with ace, king, jack, tray, suited ace. Putting the pressure on the smaller stack who limped in, and now Carson wakes up with a monster as well. Very similar hand, ace, king, 10-7 with a suited ace. With Jason and Carson sharing so many cards, Ray actually has higher equity with the pair of 8s. Carson makes the call after taking inventory of Ray's stack.
Sorry, guys. You guys go ahead.
Oh, Ray gets out of the way.
What was I thinking?
And now is a coin flip. Well, Jason got what he wanted out of that. Put the pressure on the small blind.
What are we here for?
Ray just throwing away 10% of his stack.
It changed my mind. I want my hand.
Yeah, Jason flops a nut flush draw, but Ray would have flopped top set.
I'll take it.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm aware. I'll take my chances.
I like my hand, but I think it's second best.
And now the shortest stack in the big blind.
Especially against your flat range.
Yeah, I mean, I missed by a mile.
Yeah. I don't care what you have.
Yeah, my hand is
Ray with double suited babies gets out of the way.
I can't be a match it.
no.
I'll take.
Big hand for Jason. Ace, queen, queen, 10. 3 spades on the button. Makes it 175. Wow, Carson with aces. Ace, ace, deuce, deuce, single suited. And we got one of the short stacks in the big blind. So the question is, do you repop it here and try to isolate, or do you just call and let the small stack try to get in there? What you don't want is to give the small stack a chance to triple up. So he goes for the raise, and Ty folds. Action back on Jason D. And now we have the 2 biggest stacks going at it. The small stacks love to see it. I think unless it's set over set or something weird like that, you probably won't see too much more go into this pot. The 2 big stacks really don't have an incentive to play too hard against each other at this point.
Yeah, the pot itself is larger than the short stacks here.
Well, I stand corrected. Carson is firing right out at it with the dry ace.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously this flop is not supposed to hit either of these guys, so the aces are still supposed to be good.
Yeah, and he knows he has the 2 red aces there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess you didn't have hearts. Be good if you do.
The rich get richer.
Solid.
All in.
All in and a call. The 2 short stacks going at it. Ray ahead with kings. He also has Ty covered. Ty will need some help here. Ty came into this table the chip leader, coming off a win on the monster stack just a couple of days ago. Now in danger of being eliminated in 4th place. Flops a pair of 5s. Ray flops a pair of 10s. Kings, though, of Ray still in the lead.
Deuce. No help. Ty looks for some stand-up equity here.
Yeah, needs a 7 or a jack, and it does not come. And that will eliminate Ty Ha in 4th place, taking home almost $12,000 though, and coming off a great week. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the main event. And then there were 3. Next spot, 17,680. But all 3 of these guys are looking at that top spot, 45K. And that pot there is going to put Ray right back in the game at, I think, around 15 or 16 big blinds.
Yeah.
Take a little bit of that pressure off.
Yep, Ray did a really great job navigating this final table. The short stack play, waiting for some spots. And there we see it. 3-handed, and the trophy gets moved from the back table to on the table.
Assistant Tournament Director Dave Phelps getting it going there. It looks like Ray's going to color off a rack. Get some chips out of the way.
Out of the way, and fewer chips, so it's easier to put them in the middle.
Yeah, Ray's been playing great. Came into the final table here right in the middle of the pack. Like you said, playing the short stack well, laddering up. Now guaranteed over 17K. Carson, though, over half the chips in play, 3-handed. That's got to feel good. And flopping the only flush draw doesn't feel bad either. Ray getting lots of love in the chat after that last hand. Thanks everybody for sticking around. Give us a like if you haven't already done so. If you want Ray to win this thing, 1 thumbs up.
Well, I already gave it a like when the stream started, so I guess I've been rooting for Ray the whole time.
Blinds up now 40, 80, and 40 ante. 160,000 in the middle before anything happens.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love this part of every tournament. Let's actually continue on that after we look at these slides of the Winter Poker Open. Obviously, we're still towards the beginning of it. Plenty of series left. Main event, mystery bounty, plenty of mixed tournaments to come. Over 1.5 million in guarantees. And there you see it, the $1 million main event. There might be some room availability. If there is, you can use code WPO2024 to get that special hotel room promo rate. But yeah, as mentioned, the blinds are up here.
Always a fun part of the tournament when the small blind is a starting stack.
Exactly.
I know you were going to say the same thing, so I beat you to it.
Beat me to it. You got it. I'm going to go sleep so I can get some rest for the horse tournament. No, but yeah, it's just amazing seeing that happen. I was thinking about it earlier too, as Carson was basically shuffling a stack of those pink chips. Again, the chip denominations, the pinks are 5Ks, greens are 25K and the blues there are 100K. So he's just shuffling multiple starting stacks together, and it's really nothing compared to that monster stack that he has. He's sitting with roughly half the chips in play, about 4 million of the just under 8 million chips in play.
What? 9-handed? 8-handed? No, I guess 8-handed.
First 2 hands, I just lose like almost everything.
Yeah, and then I was right behind you. 8-handed, I think. 7-handed, 8-handed, we both had like, what, 250?
I was still expecting to be here.
I don't
You can count yourself out.
I said I don't think we
You
were
count yourself out
expecting.
all you want, buddy. I mean, if I go down, I'm going down swinging.
Down in flames, boy.
Definitely going down with a better hand than this.
Last time Jason was walked, he had 7-7 deuce deuce. Now it's with ace 10 7 deuce. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these walks or just raise and takes.
Yeah, I'm all right. Thank you.
Yeah, they're
Stop-
just
stop the water burger on the way
too
home.
much ICM pressure to
I am hungry.
make too many moves here without having it.
Might be here for a while.
Well, I was hungry earlier. I didn't eat because I didn't expect to still be here.
You're so funny.
Ray looking down at all Broadway cards. This might be one you want to play. It's going to make it 200,000. Carson looking down at all Broadway cards. Going to put the pressure on the smaller stack, potting it, 720. And Ray will get it in and a call. Ray will be at risk here. We've got a coin flip. Most likely going to be
You had us a bad shake.
chop here. These particular holdings, but
Yeah,
Carson
yeah.
does have diamonds. He's also got a queen.
Deuce, deuce, deuce on the flop.
Rough shape. Deuce 3.
We need one of your deuces right here, preferably. Don't fucking...
Raise
Oh my God,
Jack
yeah,
10,
that-
even
that
more
was the
connected to the 9 now as an 8 peels
I'll take
off.
the chop.
No
Very
backdoor diamonds coming in.
Yeah, Ray with a chance to scoop this
Yeah,
now.
that's fine. Very good.
And there it is.
The queen comes off. Ray doubles up. Carson goes from having half the chips to a third of the chips. And the stacks are relatively even now. Carson's still up
Wait, I think it's
a little bit.
1.125. This one's only 4.
1.125? God damn. That's the second time that's happened already.
Yeah. Tournaments are stupid.
Turns are stupid, but sometimes required in this game.
Second time, bro. Quad threes when he's drawing fucking to nothing.
At least that one was small.
I don't know if I consider that small.
No, I meant the 333.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, no, this one definitely was for a lot more equity.
Just a little, barely.
Chip stack's very close now. Average stack 2.6. You see Jason's got 2.8. I believe Carson right in that same area, 2.8, and Ray at 2.2 now. So anybody's game.
You guys both need to like just spam the card a little bit on the box, so attack them. Start bringing them all with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll keep that one secret.
You want to look at something? We're like almost fucking real close 3 ways.
First mention of a deal. It comes from Carson in the middle there.
Flush good?
Ray with 4 little clubs in his hand.
They just started. There was a shot. There was a shot down.
Jason limps in here with Queen 10, 9, 9. Carson's going to raise it up. Double suited rundown. 1 gapper. 4, 5, 7, 8. And we will see a flop. Good flop for 4, 5, 7, 8. Flops open-ended. A lot of turn cards are going to be really good for Jason's hand, though. He checks his option. Goes check, check. That's one of those good turn cards for Jason. Picks up an open-ender and a pair. 60-40 favorite. It also gives Carson the club draw, though.
But 3/3.
Carson firing 330 at it. Gets the call. Over $1 million in the middle again. And the clubs get there. And Jason bluffs at it. Carson with small clubs. Jason with the 9 of clubs in his hand. Just firing out. And almost like a 3/4 pot size bet. Wow, what a move. Makes the call and takes down a massive pot. 2.7 million.
Carson just...
And just like that, he's back up to over half the chips in play.
Finding these amazing calls when it matters most.
What I would do, you know? I don't know. Yeah, like from the fucking, dude, I'm dead. I know. Green-handed. Might just have
This pay ladder, worth about 6,000.
just have like top 2, and I might be just willing to fucking go with it.
That call representing a decent amount of that.
What a call.
What? The way you said it, I mean, it sounded like you were kind of joking a little bit. I was hoping, but I didn't know for sure.
Good read.
I mean, I can't say.
200.
I was like, ah. Oh, and I kind of accepted my fate at that point. I'm just like, you know. But
I didn't think you were folding. I didn't know that. I was trying to say something.
Jason with King 10, 8-7, single suited on the button. Makes it 200. Carson with a good Badoogie draw. Gets out of the way. And Ray folds as well. Carson with the suited king. Raises to 160. Ray with ace queen 10-9 suited to the queen. Re-raising 500,000. $540,000 to bet. Jason gets out of the way. Carson double suited. Got some of those middling cards. Just going to get out of the way here.
I'm here for it.
Let Ray take one down.
You keep grabbing at him.
good.
Limped in. We're going to see a flop, and it's a set of sevens for Jason. Open ender for Carson, and he spikes the straight on the turn. Bets it. And Jason with the call, looking for a board pair. Does not get it. 10-8 is going to win it. How much will he get out of it? Going big, 355, might be 380. Quick fold from the set. 6 made lots of straights possible. Raylan again with Jack high, and Jason looking down at pocket jacks, pots it, and takes it down.
Seems like it's going to take quite a collision to lose our next player. A lot of raise and take it here.
Yeah, Carson definitely has an advantage here, but the other two stacks are big enough that they have plenty of play here. They're not in any kind of an emergency all-in or fold situation. In fact, Ray here wakes up with aces and puts in a reasonable raise to 200,000. Still has plenty of chips in his stack. Jason with ace, queen, queen, 6, though, 3-betting to 720. This might be the clash that you were talking about. Aces versus queens.
Cards on their back, so we know there's already been a call.
Wow. And the two shortest stacks, getting them all in the middle here. Jason at risk and with the worst hand. However this shakes out, though, one of these players is going to be eliminated or crippled. And this is good news for Carson.
2 diamonds on flop.
GG.
Jason giving it the GG, and he gets the diamond.
Wow.
Wow. And he will double up through Ray. Ray now has less than 10 bigs.
God damn it.
Gets it in there with aces and gets snapped off by Jason. And you can't blame Jason there. Premium hand, three-handed, ace, queen, queen, six. Why not?
Different story if that was full ring, definitely. But sometimes these hands just play themselves, and Jason got the better of it this time around.
Okay.
And now Ray sort of is in that emergency situation, less than 10 big blinds. Blinds come around fast when it's three-handed. He's going to have to find a spot here. He's in the big blind already.
Yeah, really tough pill to swallow there. Like we talked about earlier, Ray's just done such a great job navigating his way.
You make the same play?
Middling stack, short stacked.
You make the same play?
Yeah. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I did it backwards.
Chipped up really well, laddered all the way to this three-handed final table that we're watching now, only to be left crippled again.
And Jason with another nice hand on the button, suited ace, jack 9-8, makes it 200. Carson still has the chip lead, giving it some thought there. Looked like he was looking at Ray's stack.
Sorry.
Decides to get out of the way, and Ray has nothing to defend with. Another look at that beautiful trophy. I really like the look of those. It really kind of goes along with the decor here. We've got a big granite sign in front as you're coming into Champions Club parking lot that has that sort of shape to it as well. Ray with a middling type of hand, limping in the small blind. Jason wakes up with kings, single suited, kind of junky kings, but blind versus blind. Of course, you're putting in a raise there, especially against a small stack. And Ray will get out of the way. Jason showing the kings. Ray taking a stand here, Jack 9, 9, 7. Jason repotting, Queen Jack 6, 5, and the cards are on their backs. Carson with the queens out in front. Ray needs some help here,
515.
or he will be our third place finisher.
Kid
We've
still
seen
doesn't know
him
how to scan his cards, and he's still in this.
come back from this before.
What's up?
So you still don't know how to scan your cards, and you're still in this somehow.
They're not scanned in? Bro?
Those queens were what did it last time.
Just ship the 515 over.
This time, not suited though for Carson. No suits for either player.
The 515. That's what you owe me. That's what I went.
It's probably coming, bro. I'm really bad at these.
Flops the straight.
This is my like tournament career my whole life, so.
Carson goes from 60-40 to 397. And the check mark goes to Ray. Doubles it up.
Second place is
Right
good
back
on
in the
all night
game.
long, I guess. Nice.
What a dumb game.
What a dumb game announced.
What the fuck is this clown shit that we're watching? Flop no outs.
Double suited. Ace, queen, 9-6 for Jason here. Carson with the king doogie. He's gonna draw 4, discard it. These spades are covered.
Yeah, Ray with a very similar hand to the one that he just doubled with. Gonna play the heat, peel one off, see what happens.
Middle, or sorry,
Flops
top set.
No big deal.
And he folded 8s earlier. Would have flopped the set earlier as well. Now he does it. Gets put all in.
Wow.
Snaps it off.
Jason making a move at the wrong time here. He does have a gut shot. Definitely has some equity. Backdoor
Yeah.
spades.
Backdoor
Backdoor
clubs.
clubs.
Let's wait.
But Ray in really good shape to be right back up to average here after this hand.
Yep.
Just needs to fade a 7. Oh,
Right
wow.
in the guts.
Big fucking game.
Jason. It's just like the worst hand wins every hand for the last couple of orbits here. That's got to feel bad. But Ray, as we've said, played super well all the way through. Makes it to 3rd place after coming into the final table with a relatively small stack. Ladders up to $17,680. And now we're heads up.
Players likely to take a break here. Yep. Dave Phelps comes in. They're going to get stacks verified, get the table reconfigured for heads up play. probably get that trophy there in the middle, and then we will return for some heads-up play for 45,000 up top.
Super high-level pot limit Omaha play so far. It's just been super fun to watch. These guys really going at it. And I think the chip stacks are going to be relatively close at this point. Jason should have more chips, but I don't think it's going to be by a huge amount.
For live, I'm sitting here with our tournament director, Brian Freitas. How's it going today, Brian?
It's going good, Dan. Thanks.
Well, thanks for sitting down with me. I've known you for a long time, but some of the people out there may not know exactly who you are. Tell us a little bit about your poker history and how it is you became the tournament director.
Crazy ass
Champions
game,
Club.
huh?
Right on. Yeah, I kind of got into poker during the poker boom, just kind of like everybody else. I was living in Lake Tahoe, California, and started playing, after seeing that World Series and Chris Moneymaker and what he did, and was kind of doing it just for fun up there in Lake Tahoe, and, things as they happened, was looking for work right around 2010, and I'd been dealing some home games in Tahoe, and some of the circuit dealers had been coming through, so I'd met some of the circuit dealers. I actually was a roommate with someone that was on the tour, and they said, hey, you're already doing great. You're a better dealer than some of the dealers that we already have. You should come try out for the World Series of Poker, and I thought that would be cool. So I went down and auditioned. I became a dealer for the World Series of Poker. I started traveling on the circuit with a great circuit crew, Jimmy Somerville's crew, and was moved up to dual rate fairly quickly, and then started flooring. Was floor at the World Series proper as well in Vegas, and did that for over 13 years. And during the pandemic, things were a little slow around the country, and got an offer to come down and do the $1 million guarantee that Champions Club had in their old location.
Yeah,
and,
heads up.
Worked that event,
Thank you.
and it went really well. And after that, they, made me an offer to come down here, and we worked something out, and it was just such a great company, I couldn't pass it up, and here I am.
That's awesome. Well, we're lucky to have you here. And so right now we've got this great series of poker tournaments going on. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we've got the Winter Poker Open going on right now. We've got all kinds of buy-ins from 140 all the way up to 2,200. There's a $1 million guaranteed main event with a $1,500 buy-in. We have a mystery bounty, a really cool mystery bounty, $400 buy-in there, $300,000 guarantee, where we've added season tickets to the Houston Texans along with the seat license, over $10,000 value. We just put that in there for fun. We're going to have someone draw that. We have a PLO Championship, $1,100 buy-in PLO. We have a little mini mixed game series that the winner of each of those 6 events is going to go on to play for a free roll, a dealer's choice mixed game free roll. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Single table satellites, multi-table satellites, super satellites. So anything you could possibly want, we're going to have during this series. So.
That's awesome. I'm hoping to be one of the people playing in that mixed game free roll. I'm going to play the horse event. I think it's the only one I'm going to be able to play because we're going to be streaming so many events during that series.
Yeah, like 8 final tables I think we're streaming, and the ladies event, the seniors event, so all that good stuff should be great.
That's awesome, and we're really looking forward to that on the production side. One of the things I love about working with Champions Club is that we have so many partners outside of Champions. I know we've got some big things coming up on the horizon. Can you tell us anything about those things?
I can hint at a little bit. So the next event is going to be in the May area, probably May, and it's with PokerGo. PokerGo is coming through. We have the only other PokerGo studio in the country, other than in Vegas, right here in Texas. So we will have PokerGo coming through, and we're going to have some of the biggest buy-ins that Texas has ever seen, and dare I say, most likely the biggest guarantee that Texas has ever seen. So stay tuned on that. I can't give you too much yet, but that's going to be amazing and a lot of fun, and we really love working with those guys. They've come down through to do our cash games a few times now already, and we've got to work with PokerGo, and that's always exciting to have them come back. So.
That is awesome. Looking forward to more cash games with PokerGo, and now a tournament series. Wow, that's going to be great fun. So I appreciate you sitting down with us today, Brian. You're one of my best buddies on the road for a long time. A lot of people may not know this, but Brian and I actually started at the same job on the road, so we've been working together for a long, long time. Good friends for a long time. Appreciate you sitting down with us. Come visit us here at Champions Club in Houston, Texas. We are the only poker room in Texas that has a hotel, so come stay and play. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, Houston, Texas.
And it looks like we are still waiting for the players to come back from their break. Down to heads up now in the Pot Limit Omaha Championship. Big jump between first and second place. Second place, $30,910. First place, $45,795. So almost $15K difference between these two spots. These players have a lot to play for. And you could be playing here at Champions Club as well. We have a meetup game coming on Sunday, February 11th. That's Super Bowl Sunday from noon to 4. Play with Wolfgang in 1-3 No Limit Hold'em. We will leave one seat open at each of the 1-3 games, and Wolfgang will be making the rounds. There will most likely be other folks coming in for the meetup as well. It's always fun when we do those games. And then you can stick around and play during the Super Bowl. We'll be doing hot seat drawings all through the Super Bowl. Also, all February morning high hands, $200 every hour from 9 a.m. to noon. Highest hand of the hour wins $200. All kinds of great promos going on here at Champions Club. And if you play 8 hours of cash during the month of February, you get $25 in food comps. We say it all the time on our stream. Champions Club has the best food you can ever hope for at a poker club. I think it's good food for any kind of steakhouse or anything, man. The food here is excellent. So having those food comps, big deal here for the cash game players. Also, every day of February, $1,000 drawing every day at 10 p.m. for cash game players. If you're playing cash from 4 to 10, and again from midnight till 8 in the morning, you get tickets for every flush or better that you make. Those tickets will stay in the bucket for all of February, drawing every day for $1,000 at 10 p.m. And that's a look at the $25 food comps I was just talking about. Football drawing, we already did the Pro Bowl on the 4th, Super Bowl coming up on the 11th. We'll be doing hot seat drawings for $50 for every field goal for either team, $100 for every touchdown, and $300 if they happen to hit a safety. All you have to do is be playing cash during the Super Bowl. We have, I think, 40 TVs, plenty of TVs to look at right here at Champions Club. Get to see my ugly mug when they replay these streams. That's the worst part. Looking forward to this Wolfgang stream as well. The Saturday before that, February 10th, 2-5 No Limit Hold'em. It's the stream from his giveaway. He had people sign up on his social media. He's flying out 8 players. He's putting them in the game. He's putting them up here at Champions Club. We're the only card room in Texas with a hotel on site. We're going to have a whole stream of Wolfgang fans coming in, playing a 2-5 No Limit Hold'em. They'll probably stick around for the weekend, do that meetup game, possibly play in our main event, 1 million guarantee, which is coming up next week. Book your room at championsclubtexas.com. Use code WPO 2024 to get a room rate. And here we go. Back in action. Blinds still at 40-80. Heads up now. Blinds reverse when you're heads up. The big blind is the first blind. Small blind is on the button.
You from here?
Yeah. Friendswood, you?
See?
From Friendswood.
Oh, okay. I'm from Montgomery. So, my last year in high school, we played Friendswood in the playoffs, like, 4th round.
I just moved to Friendswood 3 years ago.
Two years ago.
I'm from Texas City.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, we lost to Friendswood. Depressing. think it was like 2 rounds before state.
How old are you?
31.
Way younger than me.
Younger than most. Around
200.
Wait, who was?
How old are you?
Do what?
How old are you?
42.
Not too much. Not too far.
What do you do in Montgomery?
I do this.
Oh.
And I invest as well. And every job that I've been in has been sales.
Good job if you're good at sales.
I've done real well with sales. Really?
No, I never could be a salesman. Ooh,
And the antes have increased now that it's heads up. Ante the same size as the big blind. A little bit more in the pot to play for.
Well, all of those seem to be going one way right now.
Alright, I think I'll be able to play this one. Surely. Fucking ugly, bro.
Carson just not finding a hand to play with since we've gotten heads up here. Jason's chip lead increasing incrementally. Very close to 8 million chips in play, so looking for an average stack of 4 million. You can see Jason in the lead right now. 4.8 to 3.2-ish before those blinds are out there. And Carson finally finds one to play with here, double suited, king high. Jason with nines makes the call, and we'll see our first heads up flop. Jason hitting a piece of this, nines still in the lead. Carson, open ender, continues to fire. And Jason will make the call. Spikes a set of nines. Running pure is Jason.
What's in there?
And Carson continuing to fire. My mistake. I thought I heard him say a number.
I believe he was just asking the dealer what's in there.
Okay, that makes sense.
A what's in there is not a verbal commitment of betting the pot. So he can choose his sizing or choose to check it, but we know he's choosing a sizing here. Does check it, jinxed it into reality, and how about nines full for Jason?
Quick check from Jason, trying to induce Carson to bet here. And Carson is reaching for chips. Puts in over 700,000. Jason now guaranteed a commanding lead here. All in. Obviously, Carson can't call with king high. Kicking himself for making a move there. And Jason extracting max value out of that. He couldn't have got anything with a bet. Gets 725,000 with a check. And a quick dealer swap coming up here as heads up play continues. Jason now has a commanding lead. Carson down to about 1.5 million.
Under now?
And blinds going up 50 and 100 with that 100 ante. So 200K coming out of the stack every time you're in the big blind. Gonna put a lot of pressure on Carson.
Swapped decent.
What?
Swapped decent. The best I could ask for was my hand.
8, 4, 5.
Something like that.
Why check? You have to bet that hand. If you got a 3, I win.
Oh, really? Holy shit. Deuces? A queen?
I had 9 deuce deuce. And backdoor heart. With
9 deuce deuce.
no, 9 deuce, excuse me. I don't even know what the other card was, to be honest.
So you turn the 9?
Yeah.
Yep. Hard to beat. It's a good check on me. I mean, I'm almost checked back and give up, but my hand's
300?
really bad. Fuck, dude. Can't even, like...
Jason keeping the pressure on. Not sure what he had, not sure if it matters.
Just redo it.
Wow. Jason with aces, single suited. $6.3 million out of the 8 million chips. Just finds aces, no big deal.
I can't find a fucking even like remotely decently looking hand, I'm telling you. You should see this shit. You will. If you look at it.
Oh, not.
Yeah. It's really ugly. Big blind Annie is not fun in my spot right now.
300.
Jason continuing to raise almost every hand. This time Carson finds something.
Do we gamble with this?
He's going to get him in there.
I mean, fuck, dude. You got 5 opportunities at this point.
Won't be able to get it quite all in. I think 1 million is the most he can do. But Jason will do him the favor and raise it up. Ace 4, 3, 3 with hearts versus Carson's queens. Carson is in the lead right now. He will be the one at risk. Needs to hold in order to double up and stay in this tournament. So far, so good. Oh, not good at all, actually. Jason picking up bottom set. Holy cow. Open ender for Carson, though.
And turns the straight there.
No weight straight. Just needs to fade a board pair, and he will be doubling up through Jason, and it works out for him. And just like that, back in the game.
So I got 1.230, so I just give him 70.
Wow. And it continues. Jason still has the chip lead, 5 million to 3 million now, though. Must feel much better than where Carson was sitting just a moment ago. Anybody's game.
Is that 100%?
It's insane. 100%. Dude, it's 7 in a row. I mean, at least this time it wasn't the flop thing. It was like every other time, it was every hand.
And Carson with ace, king, 6 deuce, 3 spades in his hand. We'll raise it up. Jason's got a double suited hand. Definitely defend, and we'll see a flop. Pair of 10s for Jason, takes the lead. Picks up an open ender to go with it.
Snap call.
And an ace on the river gives Carson the check mark. And just like that, we're almost tied in chips.
Damn. 6-7?
Yeah. God. Spicy.
Turn the gutter ball, I think. Nope.
Last 2 hands, any 3, it's over. 3 last hand, 3 that.
So sick.
Jason opens to 300,000. Ace, king, jack 8 with hearts. Carson's got 10-10, 8-4. It's a coin flip. Open ender for Carson, nut flush draw for Jason.
350.
And we go to the turn. 350 is the bet, 1.35 in the middle. Board pairs. That's a good card for Carson. Check, check.
Double paired board now.
Interesting to see if Carson will lead out here for pot control. Jason decides not to fire at it anyway. Carson will take it down with the tens.
Small favorite.
And with that hand, I believe Carson retakes the lead.
Which one? Correct.
Jack 5, 6, rainbow.
Seven, 4 gets there.
Couches in the middle.
Pair of threes gets there for Jason.
Yeah. Carson with a gut shot.
And clubs. Sorry, no clubs for him. Spades there.
Jason opening again, keeping the aggression up even though he does not have the chip lead anymore. Carson makes the call. He does have the better hand. Flop misses both players. Coin flip now. And Jason with the pair of fives. The favorite to win this one. Seven, 4 gets there again. Fives and sixes are going to win it though for Jason. You know it's getting late at night when I talk about how 7-4 is getting there in Omaha.
Yeah. Getting pretty late for these players. We are on a 40-minute delay. This has already happened. The calling chips in hand for Carson.
Two-pair.
And the lead flips again. Jason up over 4 million again.
Out of your hand, like, almost impossible to win. Better is it for me? Should have raised it.
Would have been fun.
Would have worked out a lot better for me. You know?
Aces. No suit for Jason. Just a bunch of broadways.
And he's been raising every single hand. Carson doesn't have much here, but most likely he's going to peel off a flop at least. Jason goes bigger with the raise this time, goes 400 instead of 300. Carson folds.
It's probably going to come a 5.
Yeah, 2 5s.
Yep. Actually, I should have just got it all in pre, right? Because, I mean, that would be the time. Shit hand like that, and you just find the 5.
Jason continues the aggression. 300,000. Really junky. King 8-4-3. Lucky for him, Carson can't defend. Pocket deuces. Jack Trey. Carson limping for the button. This time Jason doesn't raise. We will see a flop.
Check.
Carson with the straight. Facing a bet from Jason, just calls. He does have the low end of it.
The board now pairs river.
And Jason continues to fire. Small bet, 100,000. There's 500,000 in the middle.
Probably had the same hand.
I did have 4 to go with it.
It seemed like it was the same. Bro.
And Carson picks up a small pot. Put him pretty close to even there.
Even raise you 100K, you don't call, right? Like, I don't think it changes shit. Thought about raising it just 100, but I don't
Like it?
Don't think it changes. Maybe. Or actually, maybe you just stuff it in my ass and say, all right, you're gonna do some dumb shit. Let me show you. Make me make a real decision. Who knows?
I could do it. I could do it.
Jason raising it up again. 300,000 with sevens.
Carson defending this time.
Mystery hand. Let's guess what he has.
Anticipation.
All red. We will not find out as Jason fires and picks up the pot very quickly. Well, Mackenzie definitely cranking out the hands at least. I believe we got heads up right around hand 100.
3. Yeah, that's right.
It was 96.
Doesn't matter. They're all random.
And
Here you want to take.
about 15 hands heads up so far.
How much did you want to make it?
I don't know.
Carson raising it up with queens. Jason makes the call.
See what happens. Check.
Picks up top. Does Jason? Queens still in the lead for Carson. It's in a big bet. Pots it for 800,000.
Good one?
Yeah, pretty good.
I laid
Liked
down,
it.
I laid
Liked
down,
it enough to-
laid down pretty good hand.
Huh?
I had a pretty good hand.
I mean, I wouldn't say my hand was the best in the world, but
My definitely was, but probably enough to continue. Didn't feel like
we probably had pretty close to the same hands.
turn bet was gonna have to be gin for me. I mean, the turn card was gonna have to be absolute gin.
I think I was ahead at the moment, but it was probably like close.
No, it wasn't close. It wasn't close.
Seven high flop here.
Check.
No change turn, really. Goes check. And Jack deuce is going to be good.
Choctaw nuts.
That's like, have we both missed that much? In the same hand, damn near, without the deuce?
Played that one bad. I had a hand that should have bet.
These guys have got to start, so they've got to be feeling tired at this point. They've been playing PLO for about 10 hours now.
Yeah, I'm just going to shut my eyes for a little bit. Wait to listen for a big hand.
This might be it here. Get a nice rundown. And then ace-king, 9-4. 8 suited ace-king for Jason. Carson raising it up. It's at 325. No repop. We will see a flop, though.
Yes. Keep trying.
No diamonds on flop for Jason.
King on board.
So he does flop top and bottom pair.
Yeah, and a gut shot for Carson. Many turns will help his hand. That's not one of them. 3 pairs now for Jason. Carson looking for a queen and reaching for chips.
Yeah.
Jason checks it and Carson bets 525. And Jason comes with the check raise.
Carson left without a made hand, just 2 different gut shots.
And Jason back on top, 5-3 advantage, almost. Jason continues with the aggression. He's got a nice Pkwy draw. Carson with a nice rundown, double suited. Will repop it. Not sure exactly what Jason's thinking about here. This is not a good hand.
I had a suit, I might have just gambled. Fuck it. Pkwy.
What's your high card?
Ace queen.
Your head. I don't know what Pkwy is.
No suits.
Oh, okay. Never played that game.
What? Oh.
I think there's gonna be fireworks on this one.
Okay. Then I'll check. You gotta feel it.
Fireworks on a 6-high monotone board. No. Check, check, flop.
I'm gonna check one more time.
A 5 would have made things interesting, and still probably could, but it's not there.
All out of checks. Let's see what you got.
Both players with a 10. Jason with the better kicker.
I got you. 10 queen.
Fucking river. Not ideal.
River.
It's a good turn card for me though.
Yeah.
Suited ace for Jason, raising it up. Carson's got the low cards covered. A little bit of connectivity. Gets out of the way though.
Kings now. Buried for Carson. Some connected cards and a dangler for Jason.
You were shuffling the blues, I looked at your chips, I was like, what? What happened? Check.
Those connected cards making a straight. As Carson turns top set.
Now we may see some fireworks. 3 spades on board, though. Neither player really loves that.
650.
So boring, man. Fuck, dude. Can't get there.
Good fold.
What a turn for a lame river.
From drawing dead to live.
Yeah. Pot.
You know, it's funny. This is gonna be the first one I was gonna fold anyway.
My bad.
You must have seen the cards. I was gonna fold this anyway.
I mean, my hand's not like I said. I'm just.
But that was the first one I was gonna fold the
My
button.
hand's pretty decent. That's funny. I'm fucked, dude. I fucked. Oops.
Good read.
It was really just a bluff. Out of turns.
Was it a jack again? Oh, queen. One of the other queens had the other side marked too. Queen of spades or something.
How'd that happen? Just randomly ripped.
So if you live in Montgomery, where do you play all the time?
Spring is my main place, but I just travel like really locally for all the tournaments that are worth the shit, and then I don't do shit the rest of the time usually. Need to play more than I do.
Carson opening this one with jacks. 350 is the bet. Jason with some connectivity.
Just put it in one of these times.
Gets it in there. Suited 10.
We'll just fucking do it.
Maybe next time.
All hearts on the flop. Not ideal for either player. Jacks still in the lead. Coin flip, though.
Carson does have that dry ace of hearts. Likely why he is choosing aggression here. Also from position.
No dry guy this time.
Why?
That good?
Yeah.
You thought it was ace high? You psycho?
I mean, if you didn't have a flush, very low.
I did not have a flush. Just two big jacks. I could have played it there.
The other card's probably the favorite.
I don't know, I might have a block of your hand. It's probably pretty close to it. So you said you went to, you live in Texas City? Or League City?
I've lived in all of them. I live in Friendswood. I'm from Texas City originally.
Where'd you go to high school?
Texas City.
Okay. I had buddies that are around your age that went to League City. I had buddies. Well,
10 hours in, small time.
7.
Carson opened this one up with some connected cards here. Flops a flush draw, continues with the aggression, takes it down. If you're out there still watching, we appreciate you hanging with us. Please do give us a like and a subscribe. We have a bunch more tournament streams coming up over the next several days. Hit that notification bell to be notified when those start. We try to estimate when they're going to come along, but we never know until they hit that final table. Best way for you to find out when we start is to hit that notification bell. Heads up to the flop after Jason opens this one with king high. 7-4 gets there, and he bets 250.
5, 6, 8 wrapped around that 7-4 pretty nicely.
True story. 7-4 holds, and Jason picks up a gut shot to Broadway with that 10. Carson picks up more outs as well. And the ace is a scary card, but the 7s are still ahead for Jason. Gets the check mark.
Tables, the queen 8 high.
King, queen.
Or king 7.
King, queen, don't waste the pairs.
7-4 gets there, I say. Oh,
Bobby Filet in chat.
Must have woke up.
Yeah, woke up just in time for this heads-up match to keep going until Thursday. No, it's just Wednesday, actually.
This thing has to be over by 5 p.m. I'm playing the horse. Well, it could be over by probably like 6:30 or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't need to do the first 2 or 3 levels of horse. Double suited cards for Carson. Jason getting in there. Some Broadway cards. He's got one of the suits covered with Jack 7.
Jack 7 liking this flop.
Yeah, but Carson flopping a wrap there.
Yeah, both players. This actually is a pretty big hand here.
Well, I said pot, but I don't know if it was. Yeah, okay, that's fine. 7's good. Either way, I mean, what do you think? You heard, like.
You said pot. That's
Okay.
fine.
It was quiet. I should have said it louder. Yeah. Now you're good.
All in.
Here we go. All in and a call. This might be it. It's basically a coin flip. Jason is slightly ahead. He also has more chips. Carson in danger.
That's a spicy one.
Brick turn.
Jack's still in the lead. And it runs out. Jason wins with Jack Queen. And after a grueling final table, Carson will be eliminated in second place, taking home over $30,000. And Jason Daly
I knew I was going to win. That's the first time I've ever.
will take down the PLO Championship and over $45,000. Thank you all for joining us this evening at Champions Club this morning. Now,
The game could have been way different earlier.
be sure to hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell. We'll be taking tomorrow off and coming back on Thursday for a cash game stream, 7 p.m. Central Time. Thursday Takeover. We will see you then. Congratulations to Jason Daly. You can add Pot Limit Omaha Championship to his roster of tournament wins and add that beautiful trophy to his mantle next to his bracelet and circuit ring. From Champions Club in Houston, Texas, this is Dan Fouts and Kyle Miller saying good night.